us here. It is the National Championship watch party here at Fox Sports. We are on Stage A, ladies and gentlemen, to watch this showdown between Clemson and LSU. It's going to be an awesome night. We got a live studio audience. Thank you for joining us. That's right. You got to love it. We're trying to sneak some libations into them. If we happen to do that, we're not going to tell anybody. Don't worry, legal. I got your back. We got our mascots here. What's going on? Clemson? LSU's leaving me hanging. There we go, LSU. And as you can see, we asked each school for a mascot. Clemson sent us a real mascot with a jersey, and LSU sent us a Halloween costume. So, yeah. Boo, 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 LSU, even though I'm going to pick them in just a second. So don't worry, LSU fans. Don't be too upset. All right, here's what we got going on, folks. My guys. Okay, a couple of years ago, I had to do this alone. It was just me sitting on the couch watching the national championship game. But now I got a crew with me right here. Mike Pereira and Reggie Bush. What's going on,
Why
fellas?
does he get all the fun? Huh? He gets to dance with the mascots, baby.
Dance with the mascots. I love it. Oh, my goodness. Hey,
because he was having too much fun by himself.
how you doing?
I'm doing great.
How's the golf game?
Great. The golf game is actually really good right now.
Hey, can we get a story real quick about that hat?
Yeah, so the honest to God truth is I cut my hair today. I cut off all the, I cut it off.
It's fresh.
I'm taking them back to 2003.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
And,
That's like Heisman hair right there.
But you said you cut your hair?
Well, I went to the barber.
Because it looks like you cut your hair, but that's all right.
It looks better
I wish
than
I
that.
could take credit for that.
I think it looks good. Obviously, I've had the high and tight. I was raised by a Marine. I've had the
How
high and
about me?
tight
You want to comment on mine?
since '82.
I'm the guy with
your
the
hair always looks perfect. You want me to comment on your hair?
Whole tube of gel today to keep
tube
these
of gel.
edges down back here.
We appreciate, Mike, you joining us, by the way.
It was cold in
It
Green
was
Bay.
cold in Green Bay.
Yeah.
You got here.
We had to get you out of there.
It was cold.
And you didn't get to use Troy's plane. So, I mean, you had to fly commercial.
Yeah, I was odd man out on that plane. Odd man out. I had to
got-
stay
On
an
that
extra night.
You got to work for Jerry Jones to get that.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
you do.
Get that one.
Yeah, you
Not
do.
for this
Good on
network,
you, Mike
huh?
McCarthy. Here's what we got going on tonight. So if need be, and there will be plenty of opportunity for this, we can come up here on the jam board, and we've got all the X's and O's that you need, okay? So we can draw up anything that happens on the game. This thing is pretty cool. I don't know who makes it. This is not a plug. It just, there was one sitting in the hallway at Fox, so we took it. So we've got X's and O's over here. We'll take that. Any questions that you have, by the way, shoot them our way, because our show is only as good as you watching with us. So on all of your social environments, whatever platform that you're on, watching the game with us here on the second screen, shoot us your comments, your questions, everything that you've got. Okay, you've got a question about the game, you got a question about rules, you got a question, Reggie, for what it's like to play in a game like this. I can't answer that. Reggie can. He played in the national championship game. So submit your questions in the comments below, and we'll get to them as the game goes on. And keep firing them at them, because, again, I'm going to keep saying this. This show is only as good as the comments that come in.
Make it. Yeah, that's what we're all about. That's why we're here.
I sent this out on Twitter a while ago. I said, send me comments, send me comments. But the only thing anybody wants to know is where's the Tito's?
Where's the Tito's?
That's all I'm getting.
Where's the Tito's?
Oh, there it is. There it is. Got Tito's in there?
Yeah, that's how I stayed warm the last couple of days.
In Green Bay, huh?
Oh, what a game that was! I'm a nerd. I
was a
prepared a
good game.
board, so I got the whole all the lineups
Got the
and
whole
everything.
deal, man. That's,
you ready for that?
That's some real announcer type stuff right there. Actually, yeah, I would never use one of these, Joel. This is pretty impressive.
You know what else I brought?
Yeah, I was looking at that picture.
One lucky
I saw that.
viewer is going to get this photo. I'm even going to sign it for you. Can we get it? Here we go. I'll come over to you. Here it is.
There it
Here
is.
it is.
They
Here
got
it
it.
is.
They got it.
All
They
you
got
got to
it.
do, retweet this stream for a chance to win this signed picture of me getting absolutely blasted by a Texas Longhorn. That was the last play I ever played, by the way. I was in the hospital about an hour later. But Reggie, come
Hey,
away,
you took
come
it
here.
like a man. You took it on the chin.
That's right.
Literally, you took it on the
That's
chin.
right. And there was, hey, I knew where the weight room was.
That's targeting.
How about that?
That's a CTE.
Hey, I got my own first
unsportsmanlike
tweet
conduct.
here.
You got a question?
My first tweet comment here. Mike, I ask you questions all the time. You never answer them. Okay, well, that, by the way, before this night ends, there'll be some meanies. Some mean ones.
There definitely will be.
There'll be a lot of those.
Okay, here's what I want to do first, fellas, is I want to get to some of our predictions because we can talk gambling, which is going to be phenomenal. More on that in a little bit, but we can give predictions. So what I want to do, I don't know how close to kick we are, probably about 10 minutes, maybe something like that. I want to give a winner and a total score, right? So give me your score of the game, knowing that LSU is favored on Fox Bet by 5, and the over-under, the last time I checked, was 66. All right, so I want a winner, a score, and can you give me your MVP? Mike, do you want to go first? Reggie, you want to go first?
I can go first. I got LSU winning 40 to, let's say, 35. 40-35.
On the number. You're just pushing all bets.
40-35. Or should I change?
I mean, you do. I mean, you do what you want. You can take the number.
Let's go LSU 42-35.
42-35. He's given the points. He's taking LSU. Do you have an MVP?
I think my MVP is going to be Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Oh, I like that one a lot. The back for LSU.
Sneaky. He can fly under the radar because everybody's going to be focused on Joe Burrow and the passing attack. This is the kind of games that running backs take over, man.
Remember, Dobbins had a huge game in the semifinal.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're taking the over. You're taking LSU and Clyde Edwards-Helaire for the MVP. Mike, who you got?
I'm taking Clemson and over. I'll tell you why. I underestimate them all the time. I feel like we don't get a good judge on how good they are playing in the ACC. They don't have top-notch competition.
It's because the ACC is bad, Mike.
I know, but they kill people there, and we think, well, they're not that good, and then they come back and win. So I'm going over. I'm actually going to go 38-35, 73 points, and Trevor Lawrence, who's going to lead them on the touchdown-winning drive in the fourth quarter. He gets the MVP.
All right, there you go, Mike. By the way, I love that little picture of you on your Twitter. Is that your Twitter handle? Is that your actual Twitter?
I guess it is now.
You should use that.
I've seen that.
That's a good one. I like that one.
Why is the hair so gray? Couldn't you put some darkness in that hair?
Hey, come on, graphics, give them a little more pepper in there. Okay, my pick is going to be LSU. I'm going to go LSU 42. I've got Clemson at 31. So give me an 11-point game. I'm taking the over, and my MVP is going to be Joe Burrow. This dude's playing insane football. I'm taking the obvious. Burrow, 55 touchdowns coming into this ball game, and so I've got Joe Burrow, the over,
You guys
and LSU.
take the chalk all the time. It's the chalk. Take the chalk.
Listen,
I'm going out on the edge.
You could say that we're the ones on the edge, though. I mean, Clemson's got the winning streak. So I do want to get to your predictions at home. So send in your predictions in the comments. We'll try to get to those. And again, questions, snarky comments, we're actually going to love those. You and I love snarky comments. You can make fun of us all you want. You good with that?
I'm good with anything.
All right, perfect. We've also got Jason McIntyre here. He's in the perch where Dean Blandino sits every single week. J-Mac, you got all of our prop bets going on all night.
Excited.
What do you got?
Hey, first of all, you mentioned chalk, Mike Pereira. All you guys like the over? Come on, give me the under. I like to fade the public. No offense, guys, I consider you the public. But we're going to be doing gambling throughout the show here. A lot of fun. We got some prop bets. Win you guys some money at home. How about this? Travis Etienne is my guy in this one. Nobody mentioned him. Joel, Reggie, how could you guys leave out Travis Etienne? He's coming off a rough game against Ohio State. Absolutely love his prop here. How about this one? Etienne and T. Higgins, both to score touchdowns, plus 100. That's easy money, guys. So once that hits, probably about midway through the second quarter, booyah. Now, if it happens to miss, on the off chance I get a bet wrong, doesn't happen a lot, occasionally, we'll toss that out. We'll go to the next there, and whoever leaves their Venmo name and, address or whatever it is in the comments, I will Venmo you a little something. I'm not going to give it away, but drop your Venmo in the comments on Twitter, Instagram. Are we on TikTok? Reggie Bush, I know we're not on TikTok.
Are you on
Darn.
TikTok?
I actually just found out what TikTok was. So,
Yes, we are on YouTube. But you guys drop your Venmo. I know Joel's cracking up. He has no idea what I'm talking about. But at any rate, drop your Venmo in. I'll send you a little something because I've won some money here this year doing college football bets. Let's just say the regular season was spotty, but the bowl season was much better. Guys, we are going to have a lot of fun. Just throw the rest of the prop bets real quick. Let's get this X out of here. Get some positivity going. Burrow and Lawrence over 300 yards. This feels like a lock. Now, Trevor Lawrence only has 2 300-yard games all season. Bit of a surprise. However, Joel Klatt astutely noted the ACC stinks. So he's sitting out a lot of fourth quarters. He's obviously going to play in this one. Again, another ETN prop. I can't wait for Joel Klatt to talk about Travis Etienne's NFL prospects. I love this guy. I think he could sneak into the first round. We know he's got the wheels. You saw him on the screens against Ohio State. Big Etienne guy. Now for the final score, I'm going with Clemson 34, LSU 31. So give me the under. Clemson to win by 1-6. That's a big payoff right there, ladies and gentlemen. Plus 450. And the final, I'll go with a shade under the total of 66. Plus 750. Check in with me all game. I'll be bragging about winning, and I am going to be drinking Mike Pereira's Tito's.
Yeah, baby.
Back to you, Joel.
Yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
I love it. All right, so that you at home are synced with us as we're watching the game. LSU is in the tunnel right now, getting set to come out, and I've got some chills going right there because this is that point where the hair starts raising on your arms as they come out onto the field. There's nothing quite like
cameraman
it. The
just
cameraman
got knocked over. Just got ran over. You know when that camera goes down, it means the cameraman was too close.
Yes.
Was too close to the action. He got back up a little bit.
I'll tell you, there's another group that has chills on their arms, the officials.
I bet.
Yeah, this is a tough one. I mean, this is, you're more hyped now. You've had almost a month off, maybe more than a month off. This is a Pac-12 group of officials. I asked you this question early. Why Pac-12?
Yes. I think a lot of people are interested in that. Why is it Pac-12 officials?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because the officials get signed on the same day that the final rankings come out. You have to have a neutral set of officials. Well, let's look at the top 4 team that's played in the championship here. One from the SEC, one from the ACC, one from the Big Ten, one from the Big 12. Who is left? Pac-12. And so that's who we've got here. Chris Coit is going to be the referee. He's out of Southern California, and they're not a stranger to national championship games. Terry Lydon led the Pac-12 crew a couple years ago. I like the makeup of the crew. It is a mixed crew, and they're not.
What does that mean for the people at home? A mixed crew.
So you have basically, call them all-stars, the top-rated crews at each position. They didn't work together. Some may have during the year, but generally it's a mixed crew.
So in theory, this is the best official in the Pac-12 at each position.
In theory, that is true. I, on the other hand, was a believer of the other concept. I look for the best officiating. Officiating is done by a team, not an individual. So I was always crew-based. I like to advance crews into the playoffs, and we did that for a 3-year period until the guys that finished number 1 got mad at their position, and then we went to a hybrid type of assignment policy. So going to be interesting to watch, but this, in all likelihood, is just about as nervous as these guys have ever been, all 8 guys, but they'll settle down about 3 or 4 plays into the game.
You know, we've got undefeateds again in the championship game, back-to-back years, and it's one of the rare times that we've had the number 1 offense going up against the number 1 defense. LSU's number 1 offense, Clemson's number 1 defense. You guys actually took part in a game similar to that, although your defense wasn't number 1, but Texas was a number 1 offense. You guys were great on offense. You were undefeated. It was the matchup everybody wanted to see. So when you go back to that Rose Bowl against Texas for the national championship, and it's the coin flip, do you remember what was going on the sideline? What was going on in your head? All of those things.
I think pregame for us, we were just focused on our assignments. For me, before any game, I was always going through mental checks, trying to visualize the game, visualize some of these plays happening, how I thought they might play out. Which usually never happens the way you plan it out in your head. And just trying to go through the motions, the mental reps is so important. It's not just about what happens on the field, but the mental reps are equally just as important to get your mind ready for the game, for the action, for the car crashes you're about to go through, all those things that go into a football game. It's good to mentally prepare for it first before you step on the field, just so you can get your body, I truly believe everything, it's all connected, mind, body, soul, everything. And so, for me, that was one of the things I always focus on before games.
We do have a fan question now. Keep them coming, obviously. The fan questions, we'll take them all night as we get them. Corey chimes in, and he says, hey, guys, which do you think is a greater advantage? The game being played an hour from LSU in New Orleans, or Clemson, they have the experience of a national championship? That's a great question. That's a great question. Because you guys, you guys had both the experience in the national championship, and you were playing close to home. Texas was able to still win that game. I really think that this favors LSU in an enormous way, because that fan base, the dome, you know how loud that stadium is, Reggie. That passion can carry a team, especially early.
It can, and when you're in the week of preparation, and every time you step outside, you see LSU fan gear. You hear fans chanting LSU. The city is literally only in all LSU fans. They take their football serious. They're diehard LSU fans and Saints fans. And so for the LSU Tigers, this is definitely a home game for them. We got one in the back. We got one. I heard him. But for the LSU football team organization, this is 100% a home game for them. Because of just where they are, the location. Probably a lot of these kids will vacation down in New Orleans, or have family that live down that way, or will, commute down there for various reasons. But it is truly a football town, and it's truly an LSU and New Orleans Saints town, and they're crazy about their team.
Here we go, folks. Kickoff, national championship game. Let's get it on. Here we go. LSU won the toss. They deferred, so Clemson's going to get the ball, and we're going to see Trevor Lawrence out first. Guys, here's what I'm so interested in, right? Like, Lawrence and that offense did nothing against Ohio State early in the game. They're showing the targeting against Sean Wade. That totally transformed that game. We can get into that much later.
We should get into that.
We will.
We should get into that.
We will, because that was I think still controversial, I'll say, call by the replay official. But I'm interested to see how they come out early in this game, because the blueprint is there to stop them from what Ohio State did early. I expect press man coverage, Reggie, on the outside against those big wide receivers. You can see them yelling. It's loud in there. Oh, my goodness.
This is one of the loudest stadiums that Clemson will have played in. Already some trickery. But this is the one thing that, for me, LSU has so much speed on the back end at the DB safety position. Obviously, Grant Delpit right there, who will be a top draft pick. I saw him on your board earlier. But they got some players. They got enough speed to play with these Clemson receivers. So I'm interested to see how this matchup plays out. Offsides.
Got him. Take a shot deep. And he did. Oh, he's such a veteran. Guys, that is so good.
That's a very smart.
Okay.
So that's that press man coverage.
There's that press man coverage, but do you see that? So he goes on a little bit of like a hard cadence, and I'm guessing it's a silent snap count. So LSU jumps a little bit, and then the ball is snapped right away. Just so you know at home, that's a rule inside of every offense. Offside, going to be declined, big play. So if I'm a center, right? All right, I'm going to come out. We're going to, first little demo here. If I'm a center, Reggie, you know this. And I see anybody in the neutral zone, regardless of when the snap count is, I'm just going to snap the football right away, whether
I'll throw the flag.
Whether all our offense is ready or not. No. Our offense is set. You're going to throw the flag because it's an offside.
I got defense offside.
So that's the center's job. He snaps the football right away, and then when they snap that early ball, you throw it right down the field, and then look at that. It jump starts the offense. Now they're in gear. Look at that, ETN out of the backfield, just like he was in that playoff game.
I was really impressed with ETN this last game. He was really a factor catching the football out of the backfield, something we haven't really seen a whole lot of. We've seen, glimpses of it, but I thought he really showcased himself within this offense as a pass catcher out of the backfield.
One of the things the Ohio State coaching staff, they were not overly impressed with Clemson's offensive line and their ability to potentially run the football. And so they thought that they were going to be able to stop the run, and they did. And it's interesting that Clemson right away is outside, quick passing, thinking to themselves like, hey, we might not be able to just sit here and hand the football off. So a nice little plan here from Clemson's offense.
Yeah, and these first 10 to 15 plays are all scripted. You know, usually every football team scripts their first 10 to 15 plays on offense. They usually pick the plays that they feel like is going to get the team going in the right direction, get them some first down calls. And we're seeing Clemson really execute these first couple plays, really well.
And impressive how they came out up-tempo right off the bat, too.
Yeah.
Try to take the crowd out of the game with the big play.
They got LSU all confused right here. He wants the ball. Snap it to him. Snap the ball. All I do is get frustrated with players when I watch football. Do this, do that.
Me too. I'm the same way.
Well, you as a former quarterback, especially.
I know, right? Little pressure.
Oh, got
sack.
him. Wow.
Can't hold the ball like that. That's a nice sack
I
right
think
there.
the interesting part about that play was Trevor Lawrence saw him blitzing. They checked to a different play, and he still blitzed and got through. And he wasn't even blitzing in full. Watch how slow he's kind of blitzing. He's like pacing himself.
Yeah.
You know what I can't stand? When there's an offensive lineman that doesn't block anybody while the quarterback is getting sacked.
Yeah, running backs don't like that either.
I can't stand that, right?
It's the worst.
All right, so here's what we had. Is they're going to set up for what looks like is a punt or a long field goal. So I got a little time to get on this. We'll see if they fake it
No,
real
the sack
quick.
took him out of the field goal.
Punt from the 35. It should be noted, Clemson's kicking game is terrible, and so that's not going to be good. All right, I think they were in something like this, and they kind of had an end here. They had a linebacker here. They had a backer here, and then the safety kind of like that. Right, that's where he was hovering. So I believe he kind of looped out like this. He comes here, he comes here, he comes, and then he comes. So they basically just had 4. But what happened is they only slid 3 offensive linemen, and this guy didn't block anybody. That's so frustrating. All he's got to do is slide into this, and they can pick it up and throw the ball down the field. If they pick that up, he can throw the ball down the field, and it's easy.
I think that also speaks to the part of the game that kind of frustrates me, just seeing the direction of college football is heading, where the coaches are making the checks from the sideline rather than allowing the quarterbacks to make the checks. Because I really feel like it takes the thinking out of the game, right, for the QB, and having to really just see the field and get to those checks. The way the offenses I grew up in, the quarterback always made the checks at the line.
Sure.
Or it was the center. And now at the college level, we're seeing coaches making the checks. Everybody stands up, looks to the sideline. It just feels very robotic.
So a couple of big plays, and LSU's defense holds.
I think LSU wins the series, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
Surviving the long pass.
For sure.
And, to me, that sack wins the series. It's going to be interesting to see. We all have high numbers, right? And number 66. You see this sometimes play out where the defense comes out fired up, and you get a couple, you get an early sack like that, and it's really going to be interesting to see if this does play out into this huge offensive game. I know one thing. I'm going to predict a low amount of penalties. You do, even though we've had 2 so far. The first one, the offside was declined, but to me, normally in this game, it's a little bit of layoff. People don't like to hear this, but when you let them play, you heard that said on a bunch of the NFL games. There weren't many penalties in all 4 of the games this past weekend. I think we'll see a low number of fouls, and I like that. I hope we see a low number of replay stops.
Hey, there was a big penalty that was missed in the New Orleans Saints game towards the end.
Little push-off?
A little bit of a push-off there. I don't know if you saw it, but I saw it. And all the Saints fans saw it, too. And we were just wondering, like, from your perspective, what did you see? Did you see a pass interference?
Well, see, here's
the Rudolph
deal.
play. The Rudolph
Here's
play.
the deal with Kyle Rudolph. Here's the way it's supposedly taught. Yeah. 2 things have to happen in situations like that. You have to get the arm fully extended.
Okay.
and then you have to get a reaction by the defensive player. You have to change his body angle.
Okay.
I think it's safe to say that both of
We
those
saw both of those happen on that play.
But you know, the rule, it's, God forbid, let's hope college football doesn't go to this, but making pass interference reviewable was a mistake.
Well,
Totally.
Yeah.
It was a reaction to the one play in New Orleans the year before.
Well, surprise, surprise.
Yeah. But the thing that's amazing to me is how we ever got a rule put into any level of football where you actually wanted it officiated one way on the field and then a different way in replay. You had a different standard. That was
doesn't make any sense.
nonsensical. So, listen, college has done a good job so far of kind of not adding too much to replay, whereas the NFL has added more and more. Boy, I beg you, college, please don't get involved in reviewing pass interference.
All they had to do, by the way, to fix the Saints play from a couple of years ago is institute a rule where in the last 3 minutes of the game or overtime, that replay can get involved in any situation that was an egregious and obvious error.
Yeah.
At that point, that catches that play, and then you can get involved and change that outcome.
Oh, don't roll that way. Uh-oh. Oh, God.
Man.
Right off the bat.
Burrow to Moss. First play, it looks like Clemson's going to sack him, possibly for a safety.
Almost a safety.
There is a flag down, though.
I heard him say offense, Francisco. Francisco Villar, the umpire, gets that.
Ineligible downfield, and in college you rarely see this because the
Let's see the
barrier
replay so I can give
is
this one
much
a
more
grade.
lenient.
Watch
So,
the
Mike, he
interior.
needs to get to the 11-yard line. The ineligible needs to get to the 11-yard
No,
line.
he's got to be just
70?
to the 10, not to the. He's just got to get to the 10. Any part of his body.
3 yards,
that is
though.
3 yards.
They were at the 8, so he needed to get to the 11, but you're right.
Any part of his body, and so I got to grade that one as. That's correct.
That's a
what this
correct
is
call.
This is going to be wrong. This is going to be correct. That was a good call.
Wow, bailed him out, too.
They really did.
Oh, Isaiah Simmons. That's maybe a little mistake from Joe Burrow. If I'm going to attack anybody on the defense for Clemson, it's not going to be Isaiah Simmons.
Not him.
He's arguably the second best defender in all of college football with Chase Young. He's right there. I think he's going to be a top 10 draft pick.
Yeah.
And they've got other weak links on that defense. So Burrow goes to Thaddeus Moss, maybe like a fourth target for them, who's lined up against Isaiah Simmons.
Yeah.
Even though that's one-on-one, I don't love that decision from Burrow early.
I don't love it just because of, again, everybody gets a scout report. It's very interesting right now that they're only going to rush 3 down linemen, probably going to blitz more people. But I didn't love that, going after Isaiah Simmons. He's too good of a defender. Now they're in 3rd and long. This is the situation they don't want to be in. They don't want to be in 3rd and long.
3 and out. A.J. Terrell comes up with a nice play right there. Hands all over Chase. Gets himself in there for a deflection, but he didn't really tug on the jersey. Probably a good no call there from the officials.
Agreed.
And now a 3rd and long. They love that play called like levels, where they clear out a guy. Watch Jamar Chase right down the field, and then the Edwards-Helaire is going to be in the flat right here to the bottom of your screen.
They're dropping 8. Oh, they rush. I don't love that play call. That's dangerous.
That's dangerous against like a drop coverage.
That's dangerous.
Especially inside the 5, trying to run a little screen pass.
Yeah, I don't love that play call backed up. Too many things that can go wrong if he doesn't catch it or if he gets smacked as soon as he catches it. That could easily be a turnover for a touchdown for Clemson.
That defense came out firing. Number 1 defense in the country, ladies and gentlemen, and they're facing the top-ranked offense in the country. Just to give you some context on that, we've had this happen, number 1 offense against number 1 defense in a national title game since 1998.
Ooh, short kick, too.
The number 1 defense is 7-3 in those games, and the number 1 offense is 1-3.
That was a short kick, so Clemson's going to have a short field here to work with.
Field position is so key. Anytime you can back them up like that, I love when the defense is aggressive. They got helped out with that lineman downfield, and then they get the ball right back for really good field position.
That was always one of the situations that I love seeing as well, is when we saw the opposing offense backed up because I knew I was going to get a chance to return a good punt and make something happen.
They were going to have to stay in there and protect.
Yeah.
All right, we got a running back question comes in from We Are Facts Only. He says, which running back will have the greater success against the defensive front, Etienne or Clyde Edwards-Helaire? What do you think, Reggie?
Oh, man. Who is going to have greater success? Well, that's a tough one. Both of these running backs bring something different to the game. Clyde Edwards-Helaire has done a tremendous job at being effective in the pass game. They really use him a lot of different ways. Wheel routes out of the backfield, what we call rail routes, option routes on linebackers. And he's really, I really feel like he's upped his value, in that aspect as a runner, but also receiving the ball out of the backfield. And then Etienne, last game, did the same thing. Made some big plays in the pass game. Really what I think is going to come down to is which offensive line can control the line of scrimmage, can win the battle of the trenches up front.
Lawrence took a shot there, and it looks like they're going to squander great field position. I told you they have trouble kicking the ball. B.T. Potter is their kicker. He's 12 of 20, and our fans want a little flag on that.
No, let him play.
They're not going to get a little flag on that.
They're not going to get a flag on that.
Let's have 50 flags. Hey, you guys, you didn't even pay to get in here.
That's
so
right.
Let's
That's
keep
right.
it down over there. Would
The
you
Tito's
please?
is free.
Got to significantly hinder the receiver's ability to make the catch. Yes, little grab, ran through it, not enough for a foul. I rest my case.
Man, not having a kicker is just so big.
Yeah.
Although, when you can punt them down there, Will Spires again.
Yeah.
He had 15 kicks inside the 20 during the course of the season. He's already had 2 now in this championship game.
And
defenses are flying.
You got to think about that too. And Reggie and I were close. Jason was close. You had a bigger spread, but how important is special teams?
Very important.
When we're talking about these 3-point, I think 3 points, man.
Yeah.
And it's when you talk field position, that's 2 punts in a row now that they've started inside their 5-yard line. That's significant.
One of the things that I see happen on special teams a lot from punt returners at the college level specifically is allowing the ball to hit the ground and then run like an extra 5 to 10 yards. Like you, I'm always screaming at the guy like, what are you doing? Catch the football, because that's an extra 10 yards your offense doesn't have to get. And like you said, field position in these kinds of games, it's important. And it's the hidden yardage that, is not obvious to the fan base. But, when you break it down at the end of the game and you see just how much hidden yardage was in there, to be had or that you left on the football field, it can literally be the difference in winning or losing a football game.
Yeah.
How are our mascots doing? Come on in, fellas.
Good, good.
How we doing?
They're hanging in there.
Are you guys a little bit hot? Are you good? Did you think there would be a touchdown scored yet? No push-ups yet. We're going to have you guys do push-ups, of course.
They're going to do push-ups?
Oh, yeah.
When
for
they
every
score, when the
point.
team scores.
Yeah, 100%.
We don't have to do them too, do we?
No, we don't have to do
Okay,
those push-ups.
Good.
I did think that, why don't we just have, legal would be all right if we just said, hey, the mascots should wrestle.
I mean, we do have WWE, so technically,
SmackDown right here, baby.
technically,
Live studio audience. Do you want the mascots to wrestle?
By the way,
They should probably not wrestle next to the.
that'll cost $1 million.
Yeah, I was going to say the $1 million
screen.
touch screen behind them.
rip his head off.
Don't worry, you'll be working for free for a while. Or we all will. All right, Nick chimes in on Twitter. Nick says, would you rather start your NFL franchise with Joe Burrow or Trevor Lawrence? That's a great question, because I think both of these guys are going to be the first pick in the draft. One this year, one next year. Trevor obviously coming out after next season at Clemson. If I had to make a pick, mine would be Lawrence.
Why is that?
Because if you evaluate the two quarterbacks in a vacuum and you don't take into consideration the systems that they come from or their supporting cast around them, and you just start putting them up against one another in terms of like footwork, arm strength, accuracy, intangibles, what you start to see is that Lawrence has a little bit of an edge over Burrow in most of those categories. The only category that he really doesn't is accuracy. Burrow's had a phenomenal year. Like I say, he's going to be the first pick, and he should be the first pick. But I think Lawrence is just a touch better than him as a prospect moving forward.
That's, I think you can go either way. I'll make the case for Joe Burrow. This offense that they're running right now, it's the New Orleans Saints offense. It's the same offense that we won a Super Bowl with. It's the same offense that the Saints are running right now. And it's built to put your top players in positions to succeed and to be mismatched.
That's going to help him out next year so much because he's not going to have a learning curve at all. Isaiah Simmons, unblocked.
Probably the one guy that you want to block on that team.
Say, they throw at him in a one-on-one with Moss, and now they don't block him?
That's
a great catch there by Jamar Chase.
Over these receivers.
Isn't he? Jamar Chase, the Biletnikoff Award winner, dude went absolutely off this year. 1,559 yards. Now LSU is going to try a little tempo. Oh, blitz right in Burrow's face.
Wow.
That was a changeup, because let me tell you one thing. Clemson was not ready for the pace Ohio State had in the semifinal. And now, as soon as they got the tempo from LSU, you could tell that was their immediate check. They went right to that blitz. They get Isaiah Simmons free, and he's right in the face of Burrow. Right after this punt, I want to draw that one, because that was a really nice design from Brent Venables, who does one of the best jobs.
Really smart defense coordinator.
In all of college football.
Man, he's really going to miss Isaiah Simmons when he's gone. That's exactly what I was talking about.
There
it is.
All right, there's the ball rolling.
I mean, that just rolled like 20 yards.
Yeah.
All right.
Unbelievable.
So here's what this was. It was Bear defense, all right? And this is a changeup that Venables throws at you that I think is really difficult to block. And this is what it means. It means that you're going to have some sort of defender, let's call it a nose tackle, over the center. Then what you're going to do is you're going to cover up each guard as well with likely a 3 technique. A 3 technique means that you're going to be on the outside shoulder. Let's call a tackle there and a tackle there. So those 3 guys are covering up the interior 3 offensive linemen. And then you also have ends on the outside, and they can be in the form of linebackers or defensive ends or anything. But what Bear defense is, and Reggie, you know this too, is you get 5 guys up there on the offensive line. You cover up their entire offensive front. So now if you're a backer, what happens is if you're going to get added to the pressure or to the blitz, the back has to take you, or if it's scat protection, which it looked like it just was, then you rush, and he's got to take him right here. You rush, you got to take him right here. And now what that does is it opens up a free lane for Isaiah Simmons to blitz Joe Burrow right up the middle. That Bear defense, I think, was a changeup. As soon as you got into some tempo from LSU, what happens is they went right to Bear defense. You can't check out of the protection because they're trying to snap it quickly. Then you get the center to move one way. The back goes out for a route, and here comes Isaiah Simmons right up the heart of that offense. Nice little changeup from Brent Venables. He does more in the defensive front than most defensive coordinators do around college football. Really tough to prepare for, and that was one thing that we did not see against Ohio State, was that automatic blitz, in particular when you saw tempo early in the game, and they got to it right away in this one. So a nice little deal there from Venables to get pressure with Isaiah Simmons.
That was a good mix-up, good change-up, from a defense, not allowing LSU to dictate the tempo of that play, but meeting that, tempo with the blitz that, stopped them. It's hard to pick up blitzes and up-tempo offense, really hard.
Justin chimed in on Twitter. He said that LSU has not seen anything like this Clemson defense. I mean, they have seen a bunch of top 15
They have seen some really good defenses.
They've seen Bama and Georgia, Florida, Auburn. I mean, they've seen a lot of good defenses.
I wouldn't say that. Yeah, they've seen some really good defenses in their conference.
Okay, I remember there was a very confident confident under being given by Jason McIntyre in the prop bets. Isn't that right, Jason? How confident are you feeling right now after these defenses are playing so well early in that under? There
What's
he is.
up, guys? How you feeling about that over, Mike?
I'm sorry, did you hear me? I was going to say, you feel pretty confident in that under bet right now, right?
I mean, listen, it's early, but Joel, how about this stat, right? I'm just looking on the Fox website, okay? LSU's had the ball twice for 2 minutes and 5 seconds total. I mean, you watch the NFL all weekend, then you watch this game, you're like, are they different sports? It's crazy. As for the rest of my bets besides the under, Trevor Lawrence off to a fairly good start. ETN, not so much, but the total, looking good for sure, under. Reggie Bush, I got to ask you, are you surprised they haven't got the ball to ETN more this early in the game?
Flag.
That's going to be a blindside block, isn't it?
There went the flag.
That's going to be a flag right there. This is going to come all the way back. Guys, Mac, we'll get to that in just a second.
Yeah.
But this is one of those emotional moments in a game. I think the emotions just got the best of somebody there. Was that Higgins?
Yeah.
I can't tell who that was.
It was one of the receivers.
But there was a huge blind. Yeah, it was T. Higgins. There was a huge blindside block.
So does that from the spot of the foul?
That will be from the spot of the foul.
From the
That's
spot of the
correct.
foul? 15
And blindside, basically, that you don't have to be blocking back in college to your own in line. This is anytime you block a guy that doesn't see it coming, just like that, you actually have to get in front of him. You have to just extend your hands. You can't lead with the shoulder, period. Has nothing to do with the head or neck area. You cannot lead with your shoulder, forearm, or helmet.
You have to approach him from the front.
But it's not a targeting. That was not targeting.
No, this would not be a targeting at all.
Unless he did target.
Yeah.
Right? Unless he led with.
Like we saw the linebacker from Oklahoma.
That's right.
Hit Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
That's right.
That was a true targeting.
All right.
And
so
by the way,
Lawrence
just
gets going with his
to
feet.
close that, this was a new rule this year, the new blindside block rule, where it basically said you have to get in front and screen him or use your hands and push him.
Yeah.
But you can't lead with the shoulder, forearm, head, period.
I think it's a good rule, in particular on those punts, those cutback plays like that, because you can still get in the way and do exactly what is necessary to prevent the guy from tackling the ball carrier. You just don't have to take his head off. Take his head off!
Nice call, Pac-12 officials.
Haven't heard that much this year.
Oh, strike.
Ooh. They're not playing man coverage. I'm actually really surprised they're not playing man coverage, because this is one of the areas where LSU's defense is probably the weakest, is in pass defense.
Another flag?
What did they call?
Illegal hands to the face on the defense.
That was their
There it is.
freshman.
See the hand up to the face?
And a swipe. That big old tiger paw swipe.
Tough on those defensive players, by the way, but you can't go up to the head area and make any kind of prolonged contact or take a swipe as he did there. That's the right call.
All right, red zone possession for Clemson. Here we go. They've been one of the better offenses in red zone all year long. 88% score rate. Snapping it right to ETN.
Oh,
Wildcat. Oh, close. Just short.
Short.
This is impressive now.
that was actually pretty good design. I like that play.
This is going to be...
I like the design of getting ETN in the outside zone stretch, allow him to read it, make the right cut. He made the right cut on that. He just barely missed a touchdown.
You think they'll go right back to it?
Yeah, I think go right back to him. Oh! The trickery!
Zone read. Look at the Tigers. What? Come on. There we go.
We have a pro Clemson crowd here, don't we?
We do have a pro
We
Clemson
do have somewhat
crowd
of a
here.
pro
We're gonna have
Clemson
to
crowd.
Check them out there. All right, after the extra point, we're going to have to see some push-ups. No, after the extra point. After the extra point, because we don't know how many you need to do. I would guess 7.
7 it is.
7, let's go. 7. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can tell it could be a long night.
Oh, that looked too easy.
It's going to be a long night for y'all. Hey, two things going to happen. Either y'all going to get really buff after this game. One of y'all's going to go home like extra swole today.
Hey, man, they're going to be so sore tomorrow. Oh,
So they're going to be writing like this
Jason,
tomorrow.
it was you and I, baby. We're all over Clemson. Yeah, babe. Yeah,
I don't
absolutely.
feel good about my LSU right now. They getting shell shocked a little bit right now.
What school do
You want to go to a question here? Marcus says you're a senior in high school next year.
I saw this.
You have your choice of schools or scholarships. What school do you pick and why?
Is he thinking these two schools? Is he choosing between these two?
I think
or
we
is it
should
any
take it
school?
just in general.
Oh,
Or should it be these two schools?
Yeah, let's stick with these two. These are the two teams.
I would say
playing.
these two schools.
I would want to play for Dabo. I like Ed Ogeron. You know Ed Ogeron more than I do.
I
but
know Ed
I would
Ogeron.
I would go play at Clemson.
Love him to death. You know, obviously because of my relationship with him. He recruited me to go to USC. He had a big influence on why I went to USC. And I would go to LSU, obviously because of the nature of my relationship. But he's just a great recruiter, man. He's one of those guys. Obviously, when you see him on TV and interviews, he's very intense, and that's exactly how he is in person. But he's a passionate coach about his players, about winning games. You're not going to get a better, more passionate coach than Ed Ogeron. I'm assuming Dabo Swinney's the same way. I've never met him, but from what I hear about him, he's a great guy. And really, these are two, of the best coaches in college football. Ed Ogeron, kind of his career just getting kicked off in LSU, and Dabo Swinney's, the veteran.
I think too. I mean, if I'm a guy that's getting a full scholarship offer from both these schools, I want to play in the SEC. I want to play in the highest level, baby. I don't think if I'm that talented, to me, I want to take it to the best level I can play it. And when you see the passion that's involved, Clemson has it too, but hey, I was in New Orleans a week ago when the Saints played the Vikings. And you would have thought that the national championship was the next day.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how into football people are there and how in they are to LSU in New Orleans and obviously Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
So, to me, I choose the highest level, and I go LSU.
Yeah,
also.
same here. I would choose the highest level too. I would want to play against the best competition, and you're getting you're getting great competition in the SEC.
I get it. I'm a quarterback though, and I got to go where they have some quarterback history. LSU, I mean, this is such an anomaly this year from LSU, right? I mean, but before this, their offense was archaic.
It was.
And so, Dabo is on pace to be an all-time great. And I get it. Like, I would love Coach O, all of that, but I would want to play for Dabo. Yeah. Clemson says number 16 in your game programs, number 1 in your hearts, Trevor Lawrence, ladies and gentlemen. Trevor's pretty good.
He is.
Trevor Lawrence is pretty good.
So
now LSU has got to answer. What we saw from Clemson in the semifinal, which, guys, I thought was so good, was that their coaching staff adjusted in that first half. They were getting beaten pretty badly. They held them on those red zone possessions by Ohio State, and then they adjusted. We'll see if LSU can possibly adjust. And we're also going to go get a Clemson super fan, one of our friends, eventually here, maybe during this series as well, and get him on the FaceTime.
Yeah, I think adjustments is, it's one of those things that it's a difference maker. It's the reason why Bill Belichick is regarded as one of the greatest coaches of all time, because he understands and knows how to adjust. He has a pulse on the game, as the state of the game, how it's happening, what's going on. That's one of the things that Baltimore Ravens did not do on this last playoff game. They did not adjust.
They didn't adjust at all.
At all. And it was, I was shocked to see that they, the way that they got handled. They really got beat at their own game.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, I want to go out to FaceTime because Clemson superfan and our very own Oh, never mind. We don't have them. Technology, ladies and gentlemen. LSU,
He didn't have a good Wi-Fi connection.
LSU
He didn't have a good
We'll
Wi-Fi
make an
connection.
adjustment.
driving a little bit. We're going to get Stu Holden on the line. Down goes Burrow again. I'm surprised that this pass rush is getting home.
Yeah, they're getting after
LSU's
Joe Burrow.
offensive line won the Joe Moore Award. That goes to the top offensive line in the country.
Yeah.
And Clemson is just bringing 4. It's not like they're doing anything special.
Yeah,
And they get home.
he's got to get rid of that ball, get it out to the check down.
He
which
normally does, too.
normally does.
Now LSU's confused on offense. They got plenty of time. Now they need to get set
Yeah, they
before
gotta
they
get
snap
set.
it because they were all in motion. Okay, they're set. Man-to-man coverage.
Bringing
All right. Hey, man.
another 3rd and long. This is not a good position to be
LSU
in.
fans are not going to want to hear this. Joe Burrow is a bit spooked right now.
I think he is. He's
just-
not hitting his targets.
He just threw it wide left
Yeah.
to Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who was one-on-one with Isaiah Simmons. That's twice he's targeted
Yeah,
Simmons,
I don't-
who's their
yeah.
best defender.
Go after anybody else. It's all about
Anybody
them.
else. And he had one-on-one everywhere
He did.
there. I mean, take Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
Another blitz.
They're bringing the house. Oh,
Oh, he dropped it.
wow.
Wow. Clemson
So
looking
far,
strong.
Yes,
The
they
experience
are.
is playing a role right now.
Burrow throws the ball so well on the run. Like
Doesn't
this,
he?
Too. He's got such great accuracy.
And he can scramble, too.
Oh, yeah.
More athletic than you think.
Yeah.
That ball was on the money, too.
It was.
On the money.
Oh,
defense.
just
breakup.
got a hand
That's
in
good
to break
defense
it up.
right there, man.
Great defense. Great defense. I'll tell you who has got to be feeling good about themselves right now. Our lead soccer analyst, Stu Holden. Awesome dude. I hear that is he having another kid? I think he
yeah, I
might
heard
be
that,
having another
yeah.
kid too. Stu, we gotta talk about that. Stu, what's going on? Hey, who is this? Stu, who's joining you?
This is Kennedy, the #1 Clemson fan right here.
I love
Clemson
it.
Kennedy.
fan in the making.
I love it. Stu, you got to be absolutely pumped with how this game is starting right now. Defensively, you guys look great. Offensively, Lawrence looks great.
I was a little nervous when Joe Burrow early in the game scrambled and threw that 30-yard pass. I was very happy with the ineligible downfield.
We're there for you, Stu. We're there for you.
Yeah.
You guys have been.
We have been all over them. We're tracking them. They can't get anything going on 3rd down, especially. Trevor Lawrence is the best quarterback.
Nah.
Oh! Stu, he almost just threw a pick.
I think you're going to get
I don't want to
two.
take you away from the game. Kennedy, you seem to be,
Stu, you're
as the
gonna like
#1
this.
Clemson fan, Kennedy, who's your favorite Clemson Tiger?
Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, I love it. That's fantastic.
Hey, we were pumped over here. All my friends, nobody was giving Clemson a chance against LSU, and we're looking strong right now. This is a team that's won 2 national championships, and you can see their experience. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
No, I mean, exactly like you said. Stu, always good talking with you, bud. Have a great night.
Good orange ones.
Good luck to the Tigers.
The orange ones.
By the way, very good defensive pass interference call. If you saw that, what the defender did,
Yeah,
he
had
was
hooked
beat, hooked his arm,
his arm.
and you tell the officials to officiate from the waist up, so that you can see those actions. Actually, 2 officials got that one, had the great look.
A little bit of an overthrow there. Clemson looks good, fellas. I tell you who's got to be sick to their stomach right now is Ohio State.
Yeah. Oh, my God. That was a freaking nail biter.
I still think, listen, people think I'm crazy.
They were going to win that game.
They were gonna
They
win
were
it.
driving
They
to win
played
the
10
game.
times.
They were driving to win the game.
Ohio State's going to win
Yeah,
7 times.
I think I agree. I would agree with you.
Oh, man, it's tough to throw on him. That's Derek Stingley. Derek Stingley, I think, is the second best corner in all of college football right now, and he's just a true freshman. The dude's an absolute beast.
We're seeing some really good defense played by these corners on both sides of the ball, really, not just LSU. Clemson's DBs are doing a great job, too, of smothering these receivers and not really giving them a lot of room for the quarterbacks to put that ball in there.
Well, now we get more Clemson defense.
Which is not necessarily a bad thing. They're playing well right now. Oh, he should have blocked it.
Right.
He should have blocked it.
Shut down
was
the
a
play.
delay. There you go. See? I always have an eye on the play clock.
By the way, one of my early predictions is coming true. There won't be many penalties in the game. If we keep at this pace, there'll be 28. But I was right on that one.
Let him play.
That's if things settle down, there'll be 28.
Oh, let him play. Oh, man.
First quarter so far seems like an hour old, but that's all right.
College football.
College football.
Oh, nice run.
Yeah, nice return. Okay, LSU will get the ball about the 30-yard line. All right, we've got a question from inside, from the studio audience. Is that? Yeah, from the audience. Here we go. What do we got over here? Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go. That means I've got to go actually do that.
What is it?
Got it. Get the microphone. Come over here. Don't want to. There he is. There he is. What's that? All right. Name for everybody?
I'm Daniel.
All right. Daniel has got a question for us. Daniel, what's your question?
Sure. So obviously we're off to a low-scoring start here. Given Clemson's the #1 defense, you see this game flow favoring them or LSU?
I mean, listen. The game flow right now is all in Clemson's favor, but I do have to say thank you. By the way, I appreciate it. Enjoy. We got jambalaya back there, so we enjoy the food. The game flow, I think, is kind of typical of a national championship. And in this sense is that it's kind of a frenetic pace early. I think that the offenses will settle down at some point. It wouldn't shock me at all to see LSU in the near future put together a good scoring drive. Ultimately, towards the end of the game, I still feel like there's going to be a lot of points scored. What ends up happening is that when you get the emotion of like a huge game early, the defense can ride the wave of emotion where offense can't, because offense is all about timing, execution, and details. So you can't ride emotion through that and passion through that. So normally defenses always play well early in these big games, and then eventually the offenses will take over.
I can see that as well. For offense, anytime your nerves are going, the timing is just a split second off, and that's the difference in making the play successful. Nice run. Nice, strong run.
And it can be as little as that. You can get a little confidence just because your running back gets out there and Clyde Edwards-Helaire gets out there and bang.
And sometimes it just takes one big play. You know what I mean? I think about the Kansas City Chiefs game against Houston Texans, and it just took that one kickoff return to get the offense sparked, and all of a sudden it was just an onslaught massacre of points by Kansas City. This could be it.
Boom.
I mean, did I just call that?
You did.
I'm just saying. I just
did.
call that right there.
Jamar Chase, 52 yards.
That's all it takes sometimes, man.
Right
One
at
play.
A.J. Terrell.
One big play.
I mean, that was an absolute dime, too, from Burrow. He finally calms down. Here's the release. No jam at the line of scrimmage, and he's totally toast at that point. Ball is dropped perfectly. He loses touch with the wide receiver, and it's a touchdown.
This is great routine throw and catch. I mean, we've seen that all season long from Joe Burrow.
And we get more push-ups.
Yeah, but still.
All right, Tiger. Get down. Push-ups, Tiger. Push-ups, Tiger. 2, 3. Come on, studio. 4. Come on. 5, 6.
Need more weight in these plays.
Well done. Well done. Well done. All right, 7-7. I want to talk to you a little bit about wide receiver technique on go routes, okay? Because this is what's very important if you're a wide receiver at home. First, let's put the sideline. This is the out-of-bound line, right? You're going to have kind of the hash marks, if you will. It's going to be a messy, but you kind of get the idea. Now, here's the deal. If you're the wide receiver, let's put an R for receiver, right? And you're going against the cornerback, okay? It's paramount that you, one, win at the line of scrimmage, and then two, that you allow space for the quarterback to throw the football down the field. All right? So he's going to win at the line of scrimmage, all right? The corner gets a bad jam, and he starts to get outside. Now, what the corner is immediately going to try to do is he's going to try to get on top of the route, okay? So he's going to start fighting him this way and trying to get on top, and he's trying to force him into the boundary, okay? He's trying to force him into the sideline. So as he's forcing him over, anytime that the wide receiver is way over there by that sideline, he's not going to have an opportunity to catch the football. I'm going to put these dots right here. And these dots are going to be kind of an important thing because it's going to be a no-tread area. All right, so now let me take these routes down. All right, and now let's talk about what you're going to do if you're the wide receiver. Let's say that you win, okay, and you get outside and you can get on top of the corner. At that point, what you want to do is you want to stack him and stay vertical right up the field. Do not drift as a wide receiver into this area over there. Don't go over there. All you're going to want to do is allow the quarterback to throw the football and lead you into that area. Once you can lead him into that area, now all you have to do is follow your outside shoulder, and that's called that no-tread area, and you can have a lot more success catching the football down the field. As soon as the corner goes out there and he can get you against the sideline, what's going to happen is that there's going to be no room for the quarterback to throw the football, and it's going to be hard to complete the go route down the field. So again, the no-tread area. If you're a wide receiver at home, win, stack the defensive back, and then leave space between you and that sideline for the quarterback to drop the ball on the outside. Right, Reg?
Yes, sir. Hold the red line.
It's imperative, right?
It is. It's very important.
Wouldn't Drew tell you that all the time?
All the time. You know, we would practice throws. And even in the college level, you know, with Matt, we would practice throws, you know, kind of over the shoulder, outside arm, but leaving enough space for the quarterback to be able to fit that ball into a window. You know, obviously, you know, some things that I've seen, you know, this year from receivers have been just guys getting pushed out to the out of bounds. That out of bounds is essentially another defender.
That's right.
You know,
it's
for the
another
defense.
defender. Because it's an incompletion waiting to happen. Oh, nice completion there. Wow. To our point, we got a tweet in, by the way. Asante Samuel at Pick622 says, never be too greedy in press coverage. Always secure the man first. You see right there, the Clemson cornerback, A.J. Terrell, he didn't secure Jamar Chase. Chase was able to stack him, leave the no-tread area. He had that outside shoulder free, and it's a touchdown for the LSU Tigers.
Yeah. Asante was a really good corner, man, when he played.
Big series here. 26 seconds left in the first quarter, and Clemson has to answer because remember now, the team that is under most threat of opposition momentum is Clemson because of the crowd. Right? So it's imperative that every time LSU does something positive or they get some momentum, Clemson's got to take the air out of the building. It's got to be a continuous effort. I'm sure you guys talk about that in the NFL a lot.
Yeah, they do, especially when you know it's going to be loud because it's going to just naturally there's going to be more LSU fans in that stadium than there are Clemson fans. And that's a loud place to play. LSU, you know, this is the first time they've been in a long time. You know they're going to be jacked up, loud, excited. They're at home. This is a hostile environment for Clemson. This is essentially a road game for Clemson.
2nd and 4. Got another question from the audience. Let's see what happens here on this 2nd and 4. How are you?
I'm doing well.
What's your name?
I'm Chloe.
Chloe. Hi, Chloe.
All right, MP, I got a question for you.
There you go. Get away from there, Klatt.
Oh, please. I'm sorry, I'm staring at the game right now. You guys enjoy it. Nice first down run. Chloe, it was good to meet you. Yeah.
The mascots want to spend time with you, but yes, Chloe.
All right, so I see that you're texting during this very important game.
Yes.
Who is important enough that you have to be texting?
Okay.
No, I'm.
Good question.
Joel, back to you. What? Who's important? These are my fans. I'm answering questions. They're writing the questions like, what are you going to have to eat at halftime? Where's the Tito's vodka bottle? I have really good football fans. Sit down, Chloe.
That's so good. Oh, that's so good.
Oh, look at this. Food served.
Oh, what do we have? What do we got? Oh, the Tigers bringing us some jambalaya.
Oh, jambalaya.
There we go, a little New Orleans jambalaya.
Hallelujah,
Is this
jambalaya.
on your diet?
This is on my diet. I'm gonna eat around the pork, but still good, man.
Oh, my word.
How good is this? By the way,
Who made this?
the last time I
Where's
was
the
in New
cornbread?
Orleans was the Super Bowl, San Francisco, Baltimore, the Super Bowl.
The last time you had jambalaya?
No, it was the last time I was in New Orleans. I think that's the best food town in America.
Listen, man.
Too spicy for me.
Where you go out there, you're gonna get great food. And the mom and pop places are the best ones. Those are the most authentic.
You ever been to Annunciation?
To where?
Annunciation?
No.
It's great.
No, I haven't been
Great
there.
place.
Where is that?
Where is it?
It's not in the quarter, but it's not far from. It's a little off a canal.
Did
Great
you have a favorite spot there?
I did. Chef Emerald's restaurant. He has one now called Merrill's. It's really good.
Yep, I've heard of that
Really
place.
good food. There's another restaurant called August, which is really good by John Besh. A lot of the best chefs come from New Orleans. And
Just free promos. We're just giving them out.
it really is. And where else? There's another place called Brennan's.
Yep.
There's a family, the Brennan's family, they own I don't know how many restaurants down there. Every last one of them, restaurants are good. You cannot go wrong with any of the Brennan's chains restaurants.
The best thing I ever had in New Orleans, it was like a crocodile sandwich.
It sounds like
It was legit delicious.
you couldn't even tell.
Yeah, crocodile's delicious.
That's the thing about New Orleans is I don't like eating oysters,
But you liked them.
but I'll eat them in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Like anywhere else, I won't touch oysters. But
give me a beignet.
in New Orleans from Jago's, beignets. You can't go wrong out there. It's just
How long were you there again?
you gotta throw away your diet when you go to New Orleans. Don't expect to just eat healthy down there. It's gonna be it's gonna be good, but most likely not gonna be healthy.
This is good.
Here.
Yeah, it's really good.
Where'd we get this jambalaya?
Yeah, where's this from?
Stevie's Creole Cafe.
Stevie's?
Creole Cafe.
Stevie's Creole Cafe here in LA.
that?
Oh, there you go. The Tiger brought him cornbread.
Cornbread.
I love it.
Where's this place
I'm
at?
good. I had some cornbread earlier. Thank you,
This
though.
is really good.
Thank you, though.
On Pico in LA, 2 miles away.
On Pico and what?
In LA, 2 miles away.
Pico on what?
2 miles down the road.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Would that be east or west? Pico
Two
goes
miles.
the other ways.
On Pico, 2 miles. Either east or west.
Oh,
Who
thank
knows?
you, thank you.
Pico and Hauser.
All right, got it.
Man, this is good.
It's really good.
It's a little spicy, too.
Ooh, I would have been a dime. You know the one thing you notice in college football that's very different from the NFL? There are so many people on the sideline.
Oh my gosh.
Just from the end zone to end zone.
Oh, my gosh.
You would never see that in an NFL game. Ever.
There are thousands,
Thousands people on that sideline. Like, where are all these people coming from?
Well, it's even like there's so many more players, obviously. Too.
Yeah.
That's why the coaching box or the team box in the NFL's 32 to 32, and then it's 25 to 25 in college because of all the players.
Man, that was good.
In the NFL, they got guys watching every step on that sideline. Oh, wow. No. You down.
What are you doing, man?
You down.
You were down a long
Got
time
another
ago.
question. Darnell says, oh, our guy Darnell.
Darnell.
Yeah, from Speak For Yourself. Darnell, what's happening, man?
It's
Thank
Darnell.
you for watching. He says, what was your go-to meal pregame and what was your go-to meal postgame?
Oh.
This is going to be a little controversial, but pregame, I just like plain chicken and veggies.
What? And even in the morning for breakfast?
Even in the morning for breakfast.
Wow.
I like green beans, cauliflower, not broccoli.
Wow.
And then chicken.
That's very healthy of you, Joel.
Post game, it was normally some combination of Vicodin and Advil.
I would say for me, pregame was always had to be some form of breakfast. So it was eggs, potatoes. In New Orleans, you get grits. You know, I love grits. What else? I usually try to eat some fruit as well. Bananas, strawberries, grapes, you know, any of that stuff.
Well,
Grilled chicken and veggies, 6 a.m.
Back when I was refereeing a long time ago, I didn't have as much as I have now, so it was Smirnoff before and Smirnoff afterwards. Now it's
Before and after?
Now it's Tito. Oh, yeah. Why change?
You graduated at
Eat
Tito's?
the same thing. Yeah, graduated.
You graduated from Smirnoff. Smirnoff is like high school.
Yeah. People actually think I drink a lot.
I don't know why, Mike.
Gold lick? Was it gold lick?
Goldschlager?
Gold, yeah, with the gold flakes in it.
Oh, God. Hey, did they do the push-ups here?
Yeah, they did. They just did some push-ups. Got it.
Not 3. You got to
No, you don't do 3. You got to do 10 now. Now you got to do 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh my God. 9, 10. Hey man, my man hopes that this is the lowest scoring game of all time.
I'm not real confident.
Right now, he's like, man,
We're gonna
I
have to
hope
start
this is
dividing. We're gonna have to start giving like
He's
4 points for every push-up or
want a
something like
defensive
that, right?
Hey, Joel, where are you going? Give me some more jambalaya.
I'm just a nervous eater. I'll get you some more
give me some more
jambalaya.
jambalaya.
I'll do that.
All the
You want some
mascots
more?
won defensive games.
You want some more? I'm gonna go get some jambalaya. You can come back if you want. I don't know if
Hey,
the
Reggie,
camera
we
will
can
fit.
talk now.
Going all the way
Now
back.
he's gone.
Is anyone else a nervous football watcher? Like I like to move around. I don't know.
Oh, man, this is the way to watch a game.
Am I the only one?
So, Pereira, I do have a question for you. I want to ask you.
Yeah.
There's been
Feel
obviously,
claustrophobic sitting in there.
refereeing it's a tough job.
It's an
And
impossible job.
It's an
but,
impossible job to get every call right. And obviously, refs take a lot of heat for missed calls or bad calls or whatever it may be. Do you think that the refereeing, from my perspective, it's not a full-time job? Correct? Am I correct?
You're correct.
Do you think that it should be a full-time job?
No.
For
I do not. Well, because I don't think there's enough for you to do. I mean, you don't, especially when you're talking about the NFL or college, it's a one-day-a-week game.
Yeah.
You can only really get better through reps.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the best that you can do. And they just aren't available. So we always looked at the NFL, and it's been this way. We wanted to, thank you very much.
There you go,
I
sir.
appreciate
There you
that.
go, sir. Is there anything else, sir?
I wanted a little more.
Do you
but-
want it a
But to me, we always tried to recruit officials that were successful in their regular jobs because it's so stressful and you have to put up with so much that, to me, having it be full time just isn't. It's not the money. I mean, God knows the league and the NFL's got all kinds of money.
Right.
It's just that I don't think it's practical. I would say this though, I think the 17 guys, like you have Chris Coit in this game. College is different, but the 17 referees in the NFL, I think they should be full-time.
Yeah.
And I think they should. The one thing when you don't have full-time referees is you get a chance of getting mixed messages, and you don't want to get that. You want to get consistent messages. So to me, if all 17 referees we're full-time
17
and
groups of referees?
No, just 17, the head referee.
Oh, the head referee,
Yeah,
sorry.
if they were in an officiating institute like in the center of the country,
Yeah.
and they work together all week long,
Yeah.
I think that would be great. But
And that's what I mean. Do you think that there should be a program implemented for refs to be able to 24/7, watch film at their disposal? This is a huge run right here from Joe Burrow. But watch film at their disposal throughout the week, the same way players have to do watching film and tape on their opponents.
I just think just the 17 referees, the head guys,
Yeah, the head
yes,
guys.
but I don't think everyone. And then the other thing is, you would lose so many if you tried to convert that because they're all successful in their own businesses and stuff. So they wouldn't give that up, quite frankly. So that's another danger.
Well, money talks,
Money talks. That is a fact.
That last scramble by Burrow, it was such a nice little play. So Burrow's right back here, okay, and they got a free safety. Let's say you got the kind of the slot receiver right here, and he was kind of running a vertical route. This was Isaiah Simmons. He put his eyes on that receiver, and then he ran with him deep, and it vacated this huge zone right here. So now there was nobody there, and Burrow saw it, and he just ran for some positive yardage. That's just a really smart play from Burrow, understanding what the defense is, where Simmons is, and then what Simmons' responsibility is. It's something that I think Burrow has done better this year than he has his entire career. Obviously, it's one of the reasons he's having such a big year.
He just went after Isaiah Simmons again, another incomplete pass.
I don't know why they're throwing at him with like Thaddeus Moss too. I mean, listen, I love Randy. But even Simmons is like, what are you doing?
He's like, come on, man.
He's
That's
like,
it? That's all y'all got?
He was like,
he didn't even have to do anything. Yeah, they're making it too easy on him right now.
I'm sorry, guys. I can't. I stand when I call games. Like, I can't sit and watch another blitz. Oh! He got away from it. Wow.
They are blitzing the heck out of him.
Aren't they? And they're doing it right up the middle,
Yeah.
right? Like the A gaps. They're just like,
Yeah.
see, here he comes. Here he comes. There's that Bear defense. See how those three down linemen, then they bring 5. So all they need is a little split in that.
They're going to need
offensive
to.
line.
They're going to have to. Coach Orgeron is going to have to adjust to that blitz because they're really having a lot of success with it.
It's right here.
Yeah. At the
See,
Bear.
they just have this, right? And they bring outside shoulder this guy, outside shoulder, outside, and then the backer, whoever it is he's just coming right in the middle. They've got to squeeze that down or slide one direction. They've got to fix that in protection.
That's part of the adjustments, that we've kind of hit on. Of, that's where coaches really can. Earn their keep is through adjustments and how they, have a pulse on the game, what's going on, the ebb and flows, the ups and the downs. Like I said before, the game usually never plays out the way that you picture it. Almost 99.9% of the time, the game will never go the way that you drew it up or the way that you pictured it in your head. And so, by that notion, you have to be able to adjust.
So while they're in commercial here, I just want to. I think this would be an easy fix right here, right? So like, this is kind of what they're seeing right here. Sorry, let me get on this side. This is kind of what they're seeing right here. So rather than mess with this guy being unblocked, I think that they should just slide, right? So all you've got to do is you got to say like, okay, we're going to slide, and let's say you've got the back right here, right?
Yeah.
Whoops, my penmanship on the board is pretty bad. So you just slide like away from the back.
Yeah, so
okay, so you're going to take.
Way. He feels on that.
That's right. So these 5, these 5 right here are going to slide for these 5.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's all you're going to do. Okay, so those guys, and then now the back is going to have eyes on this player, this player, and this player, and he's going to be in what's called scan protection. He's going to do it inside out. I know I'm drawing a lot of crap here, but Reggie, you feel me on this?
I do.
Okay.
So he's basically he has the edge. And
He has
whoever
the
shows
edge.
up first is who he has.
So he's gonna just step up right here in the A gap. If he comes, he's got him. And then he's just gonna work himself out, and then
Yeah.
he can be out on the route.
Yeah, 100%. Or another way to do it is just you slide this whole line down, you go straight to that edge. Nobody gets through these gaps. Obviously, each lineman has a gap, and then whatever happens after that, the running back cleans it up.
The more risky one, I think, like you were talking about right here, would be like if you're going to say something like this. You've got this, you've got this. Let's say you got an overhang, you've got a backer. Let's say you've got a backer here. Okay. The more risky one is like you slide, and you're going to take like these four and this guy, and then or you say this slide is going to take up these three and these two, and then you just put the back on
Because
the
you know
end.
he's gonna if they're bringing a blitz off the edge, you know he's gonna drop, and so usually in that case, depending on obviously the blitz, the back can be free, or he can just help off the edge.
Field position.
Got to protect the quarterback.
Have to.
Guys, I can't sit and watch.
It's all right.
No,
We don't
no, he's shouldn't watch.
Woo! What a catch. What a catch. Wide receivers are playing so much better for Clemson than they did against Ohio State, and I feel like they're having way more success against Fulton than obviously Stingley.
Yeah, they are.
So that's your matchup right there. You got to throw at Christian Fulton. Michael Thomas, watching the game, obviously, he's chiming in. The great Ohio State receiver, now plays with the Saints. Big run by Etienne. Huge run. Wow. Thomas says Louisiana needs a championship, and I'm excited to witness my boy Joe Burrow bring them one. One of the greatest motivational stories in sports for young athletes. You have to respect it. Of course, Michael Thomas
Went to
was
Ohio State.
with Burrow at Ohio State when Burrow first got there, because Burrow was there when they won that national championship. That was his true freshman year.
Yeah.
Not if they can't stop this offense.
Yeah. So far, they're playing Clemson brand of football.
Yeah, they are.
This whole game right now has Clemson written all over it.
Oh, reverse.
Oh, man. They got room, too.
Oh! Oh! What a run!
Gotta get my replay.
Higgins!
Get my replay thing ready.
Higgins!
Kind of close. We have to take a look at this.
Wow.
Simple end around.
Grant Del Pitt took a bad angle.
Yep.
You got to fight over the top. You can't go underneath.
In.
Looks like he was in. Yeah?
Touchdown.
And stayed in. Foot on the goal line.
Look at the strength, too.
Nice run and finish, man.
Yeah, how about that?
That's strong right there.
Authority.
That's a
Strong.
touchdown.
This is a bit surprising, especially with the way
I
that
would say
LSU
this
has
even
been
before
playing.
they go to replay. Confirmed. To me, let's see if they even stop it. I doubt it. Let's kick the extra point and move on. Well, getting a little challenging now. I'm not feeling real good about this.
All right. How do we feel about 17? Oh, he's going knuckles, Reggie.
Oh, man.
Going nuts.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Oh, man.
Nice.
Power of the Tiger.
I like that.
What a play.
Dabo, easy.
Wait, what did JJ Watt say? I missed it. He posted. He saw it. They showed his tweet.
That's all I'm doing is eating.
TJ
Oh,
Ward
TJ Ward.
says,
Sorry, I thought it was JJ Watt.
so y'all let these people talk y'all into thinking LSU was going to dominate this game, huh? LOL. Yeah, we did.
TJ, not me, baby. Not me.
I don't know, TJ. It's a long game, TJ. Tell you what, though, right now is when LSU needs to respond.
Have to.
You have to respond with the touchdown here.
Are you
I don't
kidding
even think
me?
3
We're
points.
10:38 of
Oh, you
the
can-
second quarter.
There you go. Nice.
Got to respond already? What is it, a must drive already?
It
at
feels like
10:36
the
of second
momentum
quarter?
is slowly shifting
Momentum's going
heavily.
to shift 4 more times in this game.
You think so?
Yes.
Not
It'll
when
shift
you're
4
down
more
17-7 in the national championship game. You got to answer with a touchdown here.
Tell you what they got to do is protect their quarterback is what
Yeah,
they got to
they
do. This defensive scheme in front is making life difficult on them.
Wait. One on top. Got him.
Oh, man.
Oh! There goes that offensive explosion. What I say, Pereira? You got to
Momentum
answer with a
change.
touchdown,
That's a
man.
momentum change.
Listen
right
to me,
there.
man. Listen to
The
me,
momentum
man.
change.
Terrell
10 minutes in the
cannot.
second
He
quarter, it's a
cannot
do or die
cover
drive.
Jamar
He
Chase.
can't cover Jamar
He
Chase.
can't cover Jamar
That's going to be
Chase.
all day.
See, there are some obvious mismatches on both sides,
Okay, now
right?
this
Like
is-
Higgins or Ross on Fulton, and then Jamar Chase on Terrell.
Yes.
Like those guys are just going to go at that all day long.
Yeah, and it's going to be available for him. Watch out for the blitz here in this hurry up again. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to run it. Oh, they called
Timeout,
timeout.
Clemson.
Clemson took a timeout there because actually they were not set. They
were not
had the
set.
wrong defense and they weren't set as a defense. And the key is that LSU did not substitute.
That's
So
right.
there was no matchup allowed. And that's why Dabo had to come run down and call timeout.
I'm
because,
shocked teams substitute actually on first down inside the 10 after a play
Yeah, like why
that.
would you? That's such an advantage for the defense.
It's such
You're
an
giving them
well.
a
It's
chance.
such it's such an advantage that you have. Just go snap the ball
Yeah. Sorry. I mean advantage if you
if you get them.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean also if you substitute, it gives the defense a chance to kind
then
of
they
breathe.
get the matchup.
100%.
It gives them a chance to breathe and also match your personnel.
No doubt about it.
So
This is where the game was really won for Clemson against Ohio State, was situations like this.
yeah.
Keep them out of the end
out of
zone,
the
force
end
them to kick field goals. LSU's got to put this one in the end zone. Because if they don't, if they got to settle for a field goal, this is going to feel like an enormous win for Clemson.
Quick question. If the offense substitute, the defense gets a chance to
Yeah.
substitute, right?
Right.
So they have to hold it.
And that's you'll see the umpire then or the center judge will come over and stand behind
Yeah,
the
stand
center
over the
and
ball.
don't let them.
Yeah.
Don't, they
So
won't
that's
let
to
them
your
snap
point.
the ball.
Yeah, it's advantage. Another blitz.
Gosh, and it's right up the middle again.
Yeah. They can't stop that. up
They
there.
got to figure that out, man.
I mean, this guy has a cowboy collar on. He's wrecking shop with a cowboy collar.
Bruce Feldman chiming in with a stat. Jamar Chase with 133 of LSU's 189 yards of offense so far. Again, it's the mismatch. And by the way, on the last play, Terrell had him one-on-one on the outside, inside the 5.
Yeah.
Like, I think you got to take that chance, get it out of the hands of that front 7 for Clemson, which is causing them so many problems.
Come on, LSU, what y'all doing?
LSU's timeout.
Yeah. They're doing a good job keeping LSU on their heels.
For sure.
This defense has them on their heels.
So, People have asked me, like, what makes Venables so good? A couple of different things. I actually had to play against him when he was the coordinator at Oklahoma. Your team played against him as well. What I thought made Brent so difficult to play against is that he would give you play. Everything in football is about like percentages, right? So you're trying to play the percentages. You're trying to get a tendency on them, you know, or an officiating crew, anything like it. You're just trying to get a tendency. And you're trying to get a tendency of like, well, what's this front? What do they run this pressure out of? What front does it come out of? Does it always go to the one technique? Is there a side of the field he likes to pressure from? Is there a yardage, down and distance, so on and so forth? What I think makes Venables so difficult to play against is that he gives so many different looks, and he does them on all different downs and distances, so he doesn't have those tendencies. And then all of a sudden, when you're in your week of preparation, you're trying to prepare for 5, 6, 7 different defensive fronts, and then all the pressure's off of those fronts, and it's really difficult. You don't have time. You don't have time to prepare for all of that. So in some respects, some of the pressures and blitzes that these guys are seeing, the LSU offensive linemen, they're seeing for the very first time, and they're trying to react real time. That's what makes Venables so good. Now, here's the kicker. The reason he can do that is because the ACC is such trash. Because they're going to win anyway. So he can call defensive fronts just to call them. And he makes you prepare for them, and he makes you waste time. And it's the absolute truth. And he admitted it to Coach Meyer in a conversation that they had about how he goes about calling plays during the course of the year. So it'll be a third quarter game against, you know, whomever, Syracuse or just Boston College. And he'll just throw some weird defensive fronts out there so that they're on tape, so that you have to spend time preparing for them, so that you have to teach your guys what they're supposed to do against that defensive front. And it takes your focus away from what their bread and butter is, and their bread and butter clearly is getting after the quarterback with their linebackers.
Yeah, his linebackers are impressive right now.
And this is a defense, by the way, that lost 7 starters to the draft last year, that had all those first-round guys out of the defensive front 7. So, and he's still doing this. So it's interesting. Third down, what did you like on third down inside the 10?
Third down inside the 10, I would like either a wheel route out of the backfield or an option route on the linebacker. Really just give me an opportunity to go to work on this guy. It's going to be a bang-bang play. It's going to happen quick. It's not going to be one of those plays that you're going to have time to develop. It's going to happen fast, and we had a lot of success with it in the red zone. Oh, nice call.
QB draw.
Nice call. I think that was probably one of the plays, too, that Clemson's defense probably wasn't prepared. Not a whole lot of celebration when LSU scoring in here.
I'm not going to do push-ups.
Here we go. I'm going to start feeling sorry for him.
Oh, okay, LSU. Okay, LSU. Nice little scoring drive there. Big play to Jamar Chase, which is going to be there all day long. And then the empty backfield, Q draw right up the middle, and Clemson looked like they pressured themselves right out of it. All right.
I was surprised they didn't pressure on that play.
13, huh?
Here's the big play they're replaying right here. Jamar Chase is in the slot. He's in bump and run coverage. I loved throwing go routes to wide receivers in the slot because of all the room on the outside.
My goodness.
It's so good.
Yeah. I love running that play. We ran it a lot of times. And most nickel corners are not preparing for the outside fade.
That's right.
They're preparing for a lot of things, but outside fade is usually a route that you don't see a lot from the slot unless you have good slot receivers.
Do we got push-ups coming up? Let's go. Let's go. 14 of them. Let's go. 14 of them. All right. Oh, look, his nose is going all the way to the ground.
He's honest.
There's a little
honest push-ups right there.
There's a little bit of a shake, though.
Yeah, there is.
I feel like I see a little shake.
I can see the arms going a little bit.
Those are honest push-ups.
13, 14.
All right. Well done. if we get into the 20s, I fear that our Tigers are going to struggle a little bit.
He's like about a 10 push-up underdog to me, I think.
We got a question coming in. Jacob says, if LSU wins, will this have been the greatest single season of quarterback play in college football history by Joe Burrow? It'll be damn close.
It'll be pretty close.
He's already.
I don't know about in the history, but it'll be close.
Well, he's already close to Colt Brennan's touchdown mark. Remember, that was 58. Colt Brennan threw for 58 touchdowns.
Is that the record?
That's the record. Colt McCoy's percentage in a single season was 76, I believe, and Burrow comes into this game and he's at 77, so he could set the all-time touchdown record for a single season, the all-time completion percentage record. He's thrown for over 5,200 yards. He won the Heisman Trophy. He's only thrown 6 interceptions.
Oh my God.
And he did it against an SEC schedule. This is not Hawaii playing in the Mountain West, throwing the ball all over the map.
It's not Timmy Chang?
It's not Timmy Chang and Colt Brennan. He's playing Georgia, he's playing Alabama and Auburn, and he went into Austin, Texas, even though they had a bad defense.
Yeah.
So he's done it against probably the best competition to put up these type of numbers.
Run the ball, nice.
ETN is a beast.
He's a workhorse, man.
This is an interesting call here.
He is a workhorse.
Mike, why would this...
From what I've seen so far, I don't know why there's a flag. Helmet off of the runner, the ball becomes dead immediately when the helmet comes off. They call it the face mask. Remember, it's the face mask or any helmet opening. So if they call the face mask, then he does not have to go out on the play. Since the foul caused the helmet to come off.
Now, it's any opening of the helmet, correct?
Correct.
So it's not just the face mask. So he grabbed the back of the helmet, but he grabbed an opening of the helmet.
That's an opening of the helmet. You can't go in the ear hole, back underneath it. Can't do that.
And because of that, ETN was able to stay in the game. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, he hurt. He hurt.
No, that's not a flag. That is not a flag.
And everybody looks at targeting and talks about targeting here. Look to me like it was a shoulder to the back, which is legal.
Kidneys.
Yep.
Certainly the player is defenseless here. There's no question about that.
Oh, no.
Head to the side, lead with the shoulder, right to the back.
Right,
that's a legal hit.
Perfectly legal hit. It hurts like hell, but it's a perfectly legal hit.
Let me tell you who should be thrown out, if anybody.
The quarterback.
The quarterback. This is one of the things that I feel like targeting has totally taken away from football. Is
Whiplash.
That we used to get all over quarterbacks for throwing up hospital balls like this over the middle of the field, right? Like when I was coming up, you couldn't lead a flat player into a jam corner on the outside, right? You remember stick? Like you better not throw
Don't
that
throw
flat.
that stick, you're going to get knocked out.
You're going to get knocked out. You don't lead someone across the middle and take them up high.
Yeah.
And now we don't talk about that anymore. We've put the burden on the defensive player to protect the offensive player and taking the burden off of the quarterback.
Yeah, because he can just throw it into anywhere he wants to now.
That's right.
And
that's right.
I think you're right. I think, I was never a big fan of the new rules implemented, but I understand it's to protect the defensive player. But also I think you're putting so much emphasis on a defensive player to tackle him in the right spot when it's a bang-bang split-second decision. It's just very hard to do. A lot of times we saw that happen against Trevor Lawrence in the last game.
Luis chimes in, says, what's the hardest hit you've ever taken? I believe that's it.
Is that a foul, by the way, back in
I'll just
current
give you a
days?
visual right there.
No.
That's it.
That's not a foul. That's a legal hit back then.
This one?
Yeah.
Was this a foul?
Yeah.
I don't think it was.
No.
Well,
Reggie,
not yet because you don't
what
remember.
was the hardest hit you ever took?
My hardest hit is well documented. You could probably go look it up on YouTube right now. It happened in 2006 in the NFC Championship game, and we're talking about quarterbacks leading their receivers into
Drew.
bad throws.
Drew?
And the great Drew Brees, almost got my head taken off. Well, he did get my head taken off.
He did.
Thankfully, I'm here to live and tell about it. It was a very Interesting experience. I would not recommend it for the average person. And I'm lucky to be alive.
Who hit you?
It was Lito Shepherd on a zone blitz.
Oh.
So I had, we called it FNX at USC. It was just basically, we called it Trojan with the Saints, and it's basically backs offset to the right, takes off on the wheel route. X receiver has sit, zoner man read. If it's man, Drew's looking for me on the sideline. But if they blitz, I'm hot on a wide route. And so they blitzed the backer, but the corner sat. And it was night-night. Cancel Christmas, cancel all the holidays. Yeah, it was bad.
Were you just laying on the field like,
Yeah, I remember laying on the field, and it wasn't the hit that initially put me down. It was when my back hit the ground, it knocked the wind out of my stomach.
Oh, yeah.
And so for anybody who's ever had the wind knocked out of them, it's probably the closest experience to dying without dying. And it was very painful. I remember I was looking up into the stands, started going blurry. I was gasping for air. People were trying to talk to me. I couldn't hear anything. I was just trying to breathe.
100%.
Just trying to focus on breathing.
I've been there. Let's go over to the prop bets. Jason McIntyre. We have any line movement right now? What's going on?
We do, Joel. LSU currently favored by 2.5, so much less than the original point spread before the game. Now the total, which will make some of you guys happy over there, it's up to 71. As you can see, the points are coming here in the second quarter. But Joel, how about this? This I think is the stat when you look at the second half. In the last 3 playoff games, LSU has given up a combined 7 points. That's against Notre Dame, Alabama, and Ohio State. So Venables, the great defensive coordinator, knows how to make adjustments. That's why I like the under, but the total currently 71.5. Ask for the prop bets. How about Higgins, baby? Took that reverse to the house, so 1 down. ETN, we have him 100 yards. He's already at 66. That also looks good. Trevor Lawrence and Joe Burrow, both right around 160 yards passing. Both of those trending well. What's not looking good are these Hail Mary bets down here. The between 62 and 65, throwing a dart there. And Clemson to win narrowly. I'm starting to feel a little nervous. Oh, we have a comment from YouTube before we get back to the game.
Yeah.
Someone named Jimmy Fowler, who gave Clemson 6 points. Vegas tricked y'all. Thank you, Jimmy Fowler.
All right, Jimmy.
Back to you, crew, people,
Appreciate
my
it.
guys.
All right, J-Mac, we'll get back to you soon. Michael chimes in on social. He said, hey, Reggie, is this the hit?
Yeah, that would be the hit.
That was it.
Thanks for not posting the video. Just keep it to the still picture because you don't want to see the video. It's disgusting.
Man, those big hits, they can change games, as we saw in the playoff semifinal.
I mean, I'm literally elevating in the air. I'm not even, I'm in the air just hovering.
And then you're about to hit the ground.
I'm about to hit the ground very, very hard.
Thanks a lot, Drew Brees.
And then afterwards, Drew comes over. He's like, hey, man, my bad. That's it? That's all I get? My bad? Can you at least take me out to dinner after the game, Drew, so I can drink some hot tea and
you were going to get hospital
my
food.
organs?
Oh, dropped by Jefferson. All right, Mike, got a question for you. Can you explain why that shot by LSU's DB wasn't hitting a defenseless player?
And when you got a defenseless player, you've got to lead with your helmet. If you lead with the crown of your helmet and you make contact, then that is a foul against the defenseless player. Or if you go to the head or neck area with your helmet, shoulder, forearm, hand. Neither of that happened. He turned his head away, led with the shoulder in the back. That's why it was legal.
But it does hurt.
I'm sure it does.
That's right.
The pain is so separately.
Man, that's such a good scramble by Burrow.
Yeah.
His legs are such an advantage here because, again, they get tricked. It's a 3-down front. They're going to fake a little blitz. They get a free rusher. Burrow escapes, though, and he gets the first down. What a great little scramble from Joe Burrow.
I think Joe Burrow's ability to scramble is going to be if he can continue to have success with it, will be the difference in them staying with the blitz or not.
No doubt.
And if you give him time like
When
that.
you give him time, he's lethal. Absolutely lethal. This is this play where it's just like, watch, you're going to have one crosser, then another crosser, and he hits that what is called a basic route. So that's called a drive concept. So a drive is a shallow cross underneath, and then you're going to get a basic route. So it's like 10 yards and over, and he just waits for that second man, that basic, and if he's got time, bang. And now LSU is going a little bit here.
There you go.
All right. There goes that man, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Oh, this is shaping up to be such a good game, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is shaping up to be such a good game. How about that balance right there?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Mike.
Oh, did he touch
Ooh,
it?
boy.
I felt like there was a couple of...
Not revealed.
Oh, wow, they let him snap it.
Oh, my goodness.
He didn't. No, he didn't.
Get him some ankle tape. Get that man some ankle tape right now.
Oh, he might need a Don Joy.
Oh, my goodness.
No.
Oh, hang in there, young man.
Oh, and the fake injury.
Wait a minute.
No.
Here we go.
Boo!
Hang in there, young man.
Oh, my goodness.
The cramps
That
are
is-
starting to appear.
Yeah, that is such crap.
With 5:54 of the
Coach.
second quarter.
Coach O's
Coach O is like,
come on,
really?
man.
Really, Dabo? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, he put him on skates.
Hang in there, young man.
Lord.
All right, hey, first one to get a gif of that. Like, somebody send that to us immediately,
Yeah,
because
man.
that's going to be unbelievable.
Did he
James
just
just say,
Reggie
did he
Bush
just
him?
Reggie Bush him?
We should send him a free box of
Listen to that. Look at that. The hand
Send
that
him a free
touched
box
out of
of ankle
bounds. The hand that touched out of bounds.
How
But-
does replay not stop that? I got, like,
Well,
honestly,
I mean, the
like,
hard part about
just-
that is they were going no huddle. They were going up tempo.
But it's a
and
big,
it came
big yardage.
late.
It's not like it's
I
1
know.
yard difference. It's like
I get
15
it.
yards
It was
different.
close. Yeah, you got to make those decisions.
But they're going to stop the game in the semifinal and throw Sean Wade out for rolling through a stop sign. Like,
Yeah.
this is what drives me nuts about officiating. I'm sorry, but
Well,
like,
don't-
it
let's-
drives me
let's
nuts.
Now you're blasting officiating here when it's replay that had the chance to do this to stop.
I lump
this
them
and
together.
correct
You're
it.
right. I lump
Yeah,
them together,
don't
which
lump
is
them
not right.
together. And it's tough. You got to make decisions quickly when you're in.
Who's this?
No huddle. And that replay actually did come late, and I don't even think maybe they even saw that.
I
So
think he actually hurt.
Yeah, he might
be hurt.
Yeah, TJ.
TJ, oh my, his ankles. Got him.
They don't have no more ankles. They're gone.
That was Tanner Muse, by the way, number 19.
Yeah.
He's got no more feet left.
Tanner's gonna be on some highlights.
He's playing his last game. He's a graduate.
It's not how you want to go out. It's not how you want to end your career.
Keep your head up, young buck.
Hey man, you get him next time. Oh!
Got him
Oh,
again.
great throw.
Hard chase.
Killing him.
Killing him.
They better get number 8 some help.
Help. Help
Get
number 8.
some help.
Just put
They
Isaiah
are
Simmons
going at
on
him
man.
all day.
Just put Isaiah Simmons on him.
Yeah, right.
Like,
Put
lock him
Isaiah
up.
Simmons out there.
Oh, my goodness.
Uh-oh. This is not good now yet. It's just 21 of them.
21.
Can we get, hey, Jason McIntyre.
Yeah.
Hey, J-Mac.
J-Mac.
J-Mac, I got a question. J-Mac, I got a question.
getting ready.
Look at
He's
same
getting
thing,
ready.
Same route. Look at it.
Same
Getting an
route.
earpiece in.
Oh, fade.
And it was a good defense.
Come on, man. You can't defend him, Terrell. Stop trying.
Oh my God.
And
He's trying
gone.
so hard too. I got him.
Hey, J-Mac, what do we have odds on whether our Tigers going to complete 21 push-ups right now?
We should add that into the bet.
Can we add that? Like, is there...
The line has clearly changed during the game.
Do we need odds right now, or can we just give a simple yes or no?
Jay,
We got
we
some
got to add that
problems,
into
Joel.
the bet.
I was just saying, do you think yes or no our LSU Tigers going to complete 21 push-ups right now?
Yeah,
lot of
I don't.
push-ups.
They got to send some help to get this kid Chase under control. He won the Bolitnikoff, I believe. He's roasted him on the. He's roasted number 8 badly. I don't know what the solution is for Clemson if they're not getting to Burrow. I mean, it's over. The line is now 6.5, which is where it was, a couple weeks back. And the total looking good, Mike Pereira, up in the high 70s. I believe 78, 79, I'm sorry, is the current total.
Did you have the under? Or what
No,
did you
I
have?
took the over.
You took the over, but you had Clemson.
I took the over, but I had Clemson.
Okay, Tiger,
We doing these push-ups?
do you want to like...
Hurry up,
Do you
you
want to
got
buy out?
25
Do you want to
seconds.
change to sit-ups?
Change the sit-ups. Come on. My man's about to get a full workout today.
Pretty soon we're just going to be... Hey, do you just want to do a plank? We'll count the seconds.
Oh, them push-ups are getting hard, fam.
I play at the sideline.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, there we go. All right.
Hey, man.
Executive decision.
Go ahead and cool off, man. I know that tiger suit getting hot
Hey,
right now. Them push-ups.
from now on, the Tiger only has to plank, and then we'll count in seconds the number of points they've
You gotta
scored.
hold it.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, while we were watching push-ups, you got a play that was ruled a catch on the sideline. It's now going to go under review.
All right, Mike, take us through the elements of the catch, please.
So you got to get control. There's control. You got to get a foot. There's a foot. The right foot was down. But did he maintain control of the ball when he hit the ground? That's the only question there.
Did he get something down?
Yeah, he got that toe down.
Oh, I'm telling you, the right foot hits first. Watch his foot. Watch his foot. It doesn't ever touch right there.
Boom.
Wow, that's close. Dang, that's close.
Okay, I got to get ready to see. This is probably your
Best look at it.
Does that touch there?
Right there.
I don't see any
Did
black
that
come up.
scrape?
I think that's out.
Oh, man.
I think it's
that is
incomplete.
so
Here's
tight.
the deal. This is why replay is broken. It's probably an incompletion.
And he doesn't
And
make
he
He
doesn't
just
maintain
has
control.
a little bobble of the ball, too.
Yeah, he doesn't maintain.
Oh,
say
it is
incomplete.
just so close.
But here's the thing, they're not
I gotta
supposed
say
to
that, too.
re-officiate.
They're not supposed to re-officiate the play. They ruled it a catch on the field.
But even
No,
if
but-
they say, okay, that left foot hit, you could clearly see the ball bobble
Yeah.
when
Does
he
he
hits
bobble?
the
Does
ground.
he lose possession of the ball?
Nah.
Oh, boy. I mean, if I had to call this on the field,
See, I think that toe actually touches. So if he maintains,
No, that ball's moving, man.
don't say the ball's moving. He's got to lose possession of the ball. Ball's always going to move. One of those, boy, they're
If the
looking
ground
at this.
causes the ball to move when it hits
To
the-
move. No, yeah, but you got to have both hands essentially come off the ball, or you got to see the ball turn
Sharp
over a
agrees.
little bit. Gonna
Shannon
say he
Sharp going to
trapped
say
it.
he trapped that. No
I
catch.
think I'm going to go with him on that, by the way. It's awfully tight.
Guys, I have this hunch that they're gonna stay with the
Yeah,
ruling on the
I think they're
field.
Again, if it's so
They're gonna
hard
say
to
that
tell.
that left foot barely touched,
Barely touched.
and that he didn't lose
Their
control.
definition in the rule says that in order to turn a call over, it's got to be beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's wrong.
All right.
And
All right,
it was
so
the
they did it on control.
issue.
There you go.
The control issue.
Probably the right call.
Let's just say this. I think it's more incomplete than complete.
Yeah.
And so I would say it is the right call. But again, awfully close.
Okay, remember now LSU gets the ball to start the second half. So LSU they've got a chance here to kind of open up a little bit of a margin unless Clemson can go down and score. You know what I mean? If they can get the ball back, score before the half, then they get the ball to start the second half.
Yeah.
I think the game is going to be won or lost in the next 3 possessions, either side, because that's when a margin could potentially open up.
Yeah. How big are these points right now for Clemson? Trying to get the momentum back into their favor.
Oh, another momentum
right before
switch.
the halftime. You called it, Pereira. You called it.
Oh, Lawrence got drilled.
It's almost like you officiated a couple of games or something. That's crazy.
Lawrence got popped.
Oh.
They have got to target Christian Fulton, number 1.
Yeah.
Now Delpit's going down.
Another cramp.
Remember now, they've only played one other game since the beginning of December. That's a month and a half. So in some respects, this is like their bodies are not conditioned to this.
Exactly. Honestly, I think there's just too much time. I think he's cramping. There's just too much time off in between the last playoff game and the national championship. I understand wanting to give these guys time to prepare for the game, but I think sometimes it works against them because you come out cold and you have situations in games where both teams are a little rusty, trying to fight through the rust. And you look at the NFL playoff games, Tennessee Titans. They've been on a roll. I bet you if you ask them, they love not having a bye week.
Yeah, sure.
And then you talk to the Baltimore Ravens, that's a different story, right? And so I just think they have too much time in between these games. They got to figure out a way to keep it a little bit closer.
All right, listen. 2nd and 10. The Thorpe Award winner is off the field.
Yep. I'm going
right
deep.
at him right
I'm
here.
going deep right now.
I mean, this is where I'm going right after Christian Fulton.
Yeah.
LSU better give him some help right now as Dabo's sweating through his hat. You can tell it's hot in there.
Yeah.
Cover 1. Here you go. Man-to-man coverage. Why would you run it right there?
Yeah, I don't know why you run that.
Come on.
I will go deep.
Like, who are these play callers? Goodness.
The same guys that you said were great before the game. But,
That is such a
I
quick,
would definitely go deep. You got a first-time guy on the field, safety, who, he's probably coming in cold. I will go right at him.
So they play a single high safety, they play man coverage, and Christian Fulton, number 1, who's been beat several times, is one-on-one with Ross.
Yeah.
And they run a delayed ETN?
I don't get that.
Come on. You deserve 3rd and 12. That was terrible. Give me a break. Tony Elliott and Jeff Scott.
Yeah. Oh, nice defense.
Great defense. You deserve to punt. Punt it away. That's on your coaching staff. That was terrible.
Yeah.
This is what I want to say in the booth. No joke.
All the stuff you can't say
Yes.
in the booth.
I was
because
going to
ain't
say,
here.
I was with you about 5 times this year. I never heard this coming out of you
Exactly.
in the booth.
And during a game, I would be like, what a great play by the defensive tackle. In the back of my mind, I'm like, what an idiot play call. Idiot's too strong. What a bad play call. They're punting because of their coach.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. College football coaches. Millions of dollars to call a delay.
Jamar Chase is going to work.
Yep, watch him go down and score right now. Watch him go down and score right now.
This man.
And no one's going to bring it up. No one's going to bring it up. But this game is going to have turned right on that sequence right here. You got 5 minutes to go. You're putting together a drive. It's 2nd and 10. The Thorpe Award winner leaves the field, and they run a delay.
Yeah.
And now they have to punt. If LSU goes down and scores, it's going to be 28-17. They get the ball back to start the second half.
Oh, nice run. Nice move. That's your boy, number 8 again.
Nighty-night, Clemson. I'm telling you.
That's number 8. One more time.
Done?
I've seen
Let's
this
see
too
it.
many times.
Bye-bye.
Seen this way too many times. Gosh. He's sitting in an air-conditioned booth, and he calls a draw. Jeez.
Throw it away, Joe.
Oh!
Hey, you gotta throw that ball away. Don't play with it.
That got a little excitement from our crowd there, you know?
Yeah, it
The crowd's
did.
getting bigger here, by the way.
The crowd did get a
Four
little
guys
bit
on the
bigger.
back. We're now standing room
Get
only.
bigger.
I see Michael Buckland back there. He's a big Georgia supporter.
Oh, yeah. He's doing a little dance.
Good thing they showed up in the SEC championship game.
Man, I'm telling you. Joel's shooting semi-automatics here.
Luis.
Come on, Clemson. Hold them right
All
here.
right. Their
Hold
defense
them
bailed
right
them out.
here.
They did.
Brent Venables.
Yeah.
If I'm Tony Elliott or Jeff Scott, I'm sliding Brent Venables a $20 bill right now.
Luis.
Bailed me out. I can't stand it. Like, I can't say, why did he call that play?
You get like the same way when you like misclub yourself on the golf course or what? Yeah,
I
you
do.
do, don't you?
I do.
Quick question.
What's up?
Has the cowboy collar ever done its job?
Never.
It's, it's like eye black. Like guys with eye black indoors. What you got eye black on for?
It's just paint. At that point, it's just paint.
That's it.
Hey, you gonna paint your face today?
I've never heard anybody come off the field like, man, I'm glad I had that cowboy collar on. My neck
No,
would
my
have been
neck.
gone.
Cowboy collar.
The cowboy collar. Never.
All right,
never
Caffeine
done its job.
TV. We got a question from Caffeine TV. Is that correct? Okay, it says, Mikey.
Sure. I'm down.
This is for Pereira.
Mike says,
I'm coming.
MP, this is for you. How many push-ups can you do? And will we hit your max during this show?
Is that better?
Well, no. But listen, I do not do push-ups at football games. It's soccer to me. That's it.
Soccer push-ups
Soccer.
only.
Soccer
push-ups
only?
only. Yes.
Big,
Soccer.
a big,
What does soccer have over football that you can't do them in
Their goals are only 1 point.
4-3.
What do you think?
Smart man.
I mean, look at a big game. Might be 4-1. I could do that. I think I could make 4.
Our Tigers are over there sweating their, you know what?
Soccer mascot jobs got to be like, they're lining up for those.
3rd and 19.
3 push-ups max.
Here comes a little bullet screen on the outside. Nope.
Oh, and he got up and did the. Come on, man. That's a flag.
Right on top of the Oreo.
No way.
Bad throw.
That's a There's no weight.
There's
in
no
it.
weight.
There's no
in it.
weight.
Like,
Yeah,
I need
I
some
know.
weight.
That's it. That's what you call an easy one, I guess, if there's such a thing as easy. But
I mean, that's
pretty easy.
borderline like Rams Saints
But you know,
style
that's
right there.
that's always one that you announcers always have a tendency to say that was an easy call. Really,
I mean,
very
it wasn't.
little is easy in real time. in
It
this
wasn't?
game. No, that I said that was actually pretty easy, but in real time, very little is real easy.
I would think it would be hard as you're watching the action to judge whether or deem whether the ball was catchable or not.
Yeah, well,
You know.
it's. I'm telling you, it is catchable unless it's so obviously.
Obviously uncatchable. Both teams check the play. Jamar Chase
Chase is killing them, man.
killing them. Absolutely killing them.
If they don't get this man some help,
I think they
Where
should
is
put
he?
Simmons on him. I really do.
yeah, somebody else, anybody else.
Is he a senior, Chase?
It's Chase's senior. No, I think he's only Jamar Chase is a sophomore.
He's a sophomore.
He's a sophomore? Wow.
There's that little scramble. 2 minutes, 1 timeout, plenty of time. If I'm Joe Burrow, I am reminding everybody just like calm down. We don't
down.
have to rush. We
Calm
don't
down.
have to rush.
Yeah.
They're basically,
Take
what's
as
their
much-
field goal range?
yeah.
They're basically, about 10, 15 yards away from field goal range.
7:04.
Clemson better dial up one of those pressures.
Oh,
God,
they did, but didn't get them.
Joe Burrow
all
getting
right.
away.
That's a good one.
It's a good scramble.
All right, third down. They're blitzing for sure on third down.
Yeah. Listen, every down now.
This offensive line they have no idea where they're coming from.
Yeah.
No idea.
They're on their heels.
You better not have Jamar Chase singled up.
Empty.
He's one-on-one again in the slot.
Empty.
Down low slot.
Oh my God.
If Simmons
Single
doesn't
high.
help with him,
Single high.
okay, he just
And
oh,
it's
no.
single high too.
oh, bang!
Get in the weight room. Get in the weight room.
Justin Jefferson.
Wow. Nice.
Hey, folks.
Nice run.
Justin Jefferson is only 192 pounds.
Yeah, that's a great way to finish that play though. Oh, you hit him with the
Did he look back at him?
what's that route called? Jerry Rice used to run the heck out of it. We ran it in New Orleans. Jerk route.
Yeah, the
The
jerk route.
Yeah. You can.
He's
you
got
can,
like a two-way go there.
man coverage. You can break across his face or break back out. And he broke back out.
Cowboy collar is sucking air.
He is. That cowboy collar is not doing anything for him but making him look unathletic.
They took a lot of time.
Very rushing. Why do you throw it away?
Man. All right, 21 seconds,
Yeah.
third down, one timeout. He can throw it short if he wants, and they still have the timeout, but he's obviously going to want to move the
It
chains.
didn't feel like he needed to rush that and throw that one away.
Yeah, I felt like he could have just kind of scrambled a little
Yeah.
bit. Where's Jamar Chase? Top of your screen slot. Straight man. Look at that. No safeties.
There's got to be a safety back there somewhere.
Simmons is going to run out of there, number 11. No.
Final timeout.
This is what I will say about Coach Orgeron. You don't want him to be mad at you. If Coach O was mad at you, you should probably just go to the other side of the field.
Head home.
Just head home. Best Coach Orgeron story. I don't know if I can tell it. I'm trying to think. I mean, Coach O is just such a walking, he's like a walking meme, you know, because he's just, everything he does and says, obviously is, you know, with a lot of passion, but very memorable. You know, when he gets angry and he yells, it's harder to understand him than it already is to understand him now. And it really just turns into just like mumbo jumbo, and you just don't know what he's saying. You just know he's mad at you.
Cover 0. Circle is on Jamar Chase.
Oh my
Same
goodness.
run as the
Killing him.
touchdown run.
Oh!
Oh, no, he didn't.
I thought he was going to come back in for some more.
All right, no timeouts. So this ball's got to go in the end zone.
Gotta go
They
in.
they can't run it. He can't throw it short.
Yeah. This kind
I
of
don't-
reminds me of Trevor Lawrence, you know, against Ohio State, how
Yep.
he was taking off running
Yep.
a lot, and it was effective, and it was, you know, helping him down the field.
That was a totally designed quarterback
That was
draw right
100%
there.
designed.
It was a good call because Clemson is not ready for that
And at the
quarterback
right
run.
time, too.
Yep.
They're on the hills right now.
Yeah, they are.
Linebacker second win.
Ooh.
Touchdown.
Touchdown.
Too
Easy.
Too easy for him. Wait, can we put that one up?
Yeah,
That's hilarious. Who is that guy? I gotta retweet him.
BZB.
BFF. I gotta retweet that
boy.
one.
Oh, Thaddeus Moss, Randy's son, BZB, the Bengals watching Joe Burrow.
I'm retweeting this guy right now.
I can't do it. Oh my gosh. Oh.
BFF.
Oh man.
You want to wait till
And-
halftime?
LSU gets the ball
Yeah, but
in the
there's
third quarter.
28 push-ups coming up here. I don't care about who gets the ball.
What was that?
We just leave that one up there for the rest of the show. That was hilarious.
Oh man. What a run from Burrow.
They can do it all. Y'all love him.
Are you
Excuse
just
me.
waiting or what?
Yeah, is he waiting for the extra point?
Oh, they haven't run the extra point yet?
I like this one too.
this dude is
Michael
moving.
shoot. He's got the Mario gif going right now.
Oh my God, my son loves Mario.
Yes,
Oh my
yes, mine
God.
too. He plays Super Mario
What?
Odyssey.
I don't know what the like.
We're
When did Mario become the
I don't know.
the new era like phenomenon? Like he's having a resurgence.
It's
Mario is,
time
like,
to do push-ups.
All right, are
Bring
we
this
doing?
to
Listen,
halftime. Come on, baby.
honestly, Tiger. Do you can you do 28 push-ups, or do you want to change the sit-up?
At least he's honest. At least he's honest.
Let's stick
I
with
respect the
push-ups.
honesty.
I cannot wait. Listen, just go until you fail.
28.
Yes, 1, 2,
Me?
3, 4.
Oh man, struggle's real right now. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Let's go!
Come on!
Let's go! Let's go! Ain't no shame!
You can do it!
Let's go!
Yes!
Woo!
Yes!
Yay! That was impressive.
Right
that
over
was
here.
impressive.
Nicely done.
That was
Nicely done.
impressive.
You get out of here. That was unbelievable. I got to be. That's the upset of the night.
That's the upset of the
Man.
Upset of the night. Does that mean?
All
That's
right.
probably mean.
halftime.
J-Mac, halftime. What are our props looking like right now?
All right, so first of all, congratulations to Mr. Tiger, but I got some bad news for you, dude. The spread is now LSU by 14.5, and the total's up to 79. So you may have to do 50 push-ups, 60 if this keeps up. I'm willing to come out there and help you. I know Reggie Bush is not willing to do push-ups. I will come out there and help you, Mr. Tiger, if you need it. Ask for the prop bets. Boom. ETN stuck in the 60s, and I'm worried about it, Joel, seriously. They're going to be passing now that they're trailing big here. Burrow, what's he at? I think Burrow's at 280, 270 passing, so that's a lock. Now, Lawrence is going to have to be throwing. I'm feeling confident about this one. Again, ETN, we need the touchdown at 100. This is shot, folks. Should we put the X up? I mean, there's just no way that the total is going to land between 62 and 65.
Probably not.
I'll put the X there, but Joel, I want to repeat the stat. Clemson has given up one touchdown in the second half of their last 3 playoff games. I don't know if they can stop Burrow right now. He's rocking and rolling. Clemson winning. I'm going to keep this one alive. This feels alive. Okay, finally, Venmo handles. I know you guys are scared. Don't worry. Just drop it in. I'll give you a present if none of these hit. Maybe you'll win something. I don't know. It should be fun either way. We need your Venmo handle in the comments. Also, unscripted here, Reggie Bush did tell me he's willing to arm wrestle me if Clemson goes down by 30. So we could have that in store in the second half. It might get ugly for all we know. LSU starting to dominate this game. Can you imagine? This was 17-7 at one point, and now it's 28-17. I'm not feeling good. Back to you, Joel Klatt.
All right, I appreciate it, brother. Yeah, this one's, I'm telling you, that sequence, do you know why I got so upset about that sequence with the draw? Because of what just happened right there. That was I got to tell you, man, that's frustrating. Clemson fans, you're going to look back at that sequence and you're going to think to yourself, like, that's where it went wrong. That is where it went wrong. Remember, Delpit left with cramps. Then all of a sudden you run a draw. Then you've got to punt the football. Then Burrow goes down the field. Now you're going to have to kick off to LSU. There's a good chance rather than being 24-21 at the half, now it's going to be 35-17 with about 10 minutes to go in the third quarter, all because your offensive coordinator got scared and ran a draw. Okay, here's what we got right now. I'm going to give you, as we start getting ready for the draft this April, right at the end of the XFL season. That's right, XFL, more on that in the second half. These are going to be my top 10 NFL prospects going on right now. Let's start at number 1, and this is pretty much unanimous around the country, no matter who you look at. Chase Young, I did 7 of his games. I've been around him for a number of years. Chase Young is the best prospect in the draft. That doesn't mean he's going to get selected number 1, likely the number 2 pick in the draft. He's an absolutely fantastic pass rusher, a generational talent, and with what the other Ohio State pass rushers, namely the 2 Bosas, have been doing in the NFL, what Nick has been doing obviously this year, Chase's value is going to continue to go up. Number 2 on my big board, Joe Burrow, the quarterback at LSU. He will be your number 1 player selected in the draft. So congratulations, Bengal fans. You now have a Burrow. Jimmy Joe Burrow. Burrow is fantastic. Here's what I love about Joe Burrow, just real quick. Burrow now has operated an NFL offense, and he's done so against some of the best defenses in college football. This is the number 1 defense in college football that he's shredding right now through the second quarter, and now we'll see what he does in the second half. He's always calm. He's surgical in some respects. If he's given time, he can always get to his second and third man. He throws with accuracy. I love what Burrow does. And remember, in the NFL, it still comes down to owning the game, controlling the game from the pocket. So as much as everyone wants to talk about the nature of the game changing and the style of the position changing, yes, that's true. But remember, individuals make the position great. You know, Aaron Rodgers doesn't have to be Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson doesn't have to be Aaron Rodgers. Neither of them have to be Tom Brady. You've got to be great at who you are. Burrow is a great quarterback. I think that he's going to really work out in the NFL, although I don't envy him having to go play in Cincinnati. Number 3 on my big board is Isaiah Simmons of Clemson, the linebacker / do-everything Swiss Army knife for the Clemson Tigers. This guy is a phenomenal player. You're seeing that in some respects tonight. Outside of Isaiah Simmons, they're a bit suspect on defense, in particular in some of those matchups. But when LSU has tried to attack specifically Isaiah Simmons, he's been ready. He's been the best player on the field for them, at least, and we'll see how he continues to play here ongoing. Number 4 on my top 10 in NFL prospects is Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Jeudy is a phenomenal player. He really is. This is a guy that's got the speed, the catch radius, the hands. He understands route structure. He understands NFL style of offense. Remember, they've had NFL coordinators roll through there. Steve Sarkisian has rolled through there. He understands what he's doing, and he is electric on the outside. Big player, got hands, got speed. He's going to have a huge NFL career. Number 5, Jeff Okudah, the corner from Ohio State. This guy is the best corner in the draft. I think he could get selected in the top 5 based on need. He's got great length. He's about 6'1". He's strong. And my favorite part about Jeff Okudah is that he's really willing in the run game to be physical and tackle. Not every corner, in particular great cover corners, are willing in the physical nature of the game. Okudah certainly is. This guy can and will be in the future a turnover machine. We saw that against Clemson, although that call miraculously for Clemson got overturned, and Jeff Okudah is my number 5. All right, number 6, Tua. Okay. Tua's injury is going to be like the topic of all the conversation when it comes to the NFL draft. Do you take him early? Do you pass on him because of that fractured hip? His injury history with the 2 ankle surgeries? When healthy, he's one of the best players in the draft. I'm rating him right here as kind of a combination. If he was completely healthy right now, I would have him at number 3, full disclosure. He's not fully healthy. I moved him down to 6. I think there's a chance he could get drafted in the top 5. I think there's a chance he could slip into the low 20s based on the health evaluations of these NFL franchises. The decision is going to be talked about, whether he should have stayed at Alabama, whether he wants to go. I think he made the right decision. The bottom line for me with Tua is that he is not staying healthy on a year in and year out basis. This is a couple of years in a row now where he's had trouble with his ankles. Now he has the fractured hip. We haven't seen him play a full season yet at any level outside of high school and stay healthy. So that's something that they're going to be looking at from NFL franchises. But when you look at his play on the field, he's accurate. He's not overly athletic, but he does move decently well. He throws the ball on time. I think he's one of the best anticipatory throwers that we've seen in a long time. So Tua, for me, is still a great prospect. Someone's going to have to take a chance on him based on that injury history. But Tua, for me, is going to be at number 6 on my big board. Number 7. C.D. Lamb, the wide receiver for Oklahoma. I put him behind Jerry Jeudy, so on a big board of wide receivers, you're going to have Jerry Jeudy first, C.D. Lamb number 2. Now, C.D. Lamb is the best wide receiver in this draft after the catch. I think he's also great in terms of catch radius, catching in traffic. He runs decent routes, although they're not quite as precise as Jerry Jeudy. That's the reason I have him a little bit lower. But C.D. Lamb is an absolute monster, and I could see him having a huge NFL career in his future. Again, after the catch with the football in his hands, he does things that are just absolutely magical. If you were to pause the film on some runs against, like, let's say Texas, and say, like, hey, he scored on this play, you'd be like, what? My mind is blown. There's no way he scored, and he was in the end zone. Number 8 is Andrew Thomas, the offensive tackle at Georgia. This guy is a thoroughbred. He's a great player. He's athletic. He moves well. He's got power in the run game. He's one of the reasons why they've been so good, in particular running the football. I think that he can and will get better in pass protection. He's got strong hands, long arms. I really like him up front. Andrew Thomas is my number 1 offensive tackle in the draft. At number 9, Grant Delpit, the safety for LSU, the Thorpe Award winner. Now, Delpit is more instincts than he is physicality. He's not a guy that's going to come up there and just be a monster when it comes to being physical, but I think his instincts from a free safety perspective are very good. And in today's NFL, what you're seeing is more middle closed structure than you are middle open structure. Here's what I mean by that. If you don't mind, can you pan over here? Do you mind this? Really quickly. Yeah, you got it right here. Okay. Middle closed, middle open. Free safety, strong safety. This is a middle open look, right? So, like, let's say here's the football, here's the quarterback. Regardless of what your formation is, there's 2 safeties in the middle of the field. So this is open. Okay? You don't see this quite as much anymore in college football and in the NFL, because you see a lot of man coverage. You see a lot of teams trying to jump down and get after the run. So what you see is you see the free safety here, and then the strong safety is coming down. If this is the football, then there's your quarterback. Okay, so this is middle closed. 1 safety in the middle of the field, the middle is closed. 2 safeties in the field, the middle of the field is open, closed. All structures of defense come out of open and closed. They'll tell you a lot about the nature of that structure of defense. I tell you that because I think Delpit can and will be a really good free safety. I think that he's got the instincts to play free, like an Earl Thomas style. He can come down. He's instinctual enough to come down, but I really like him being kind of a middle-of-the-field player. And then number 10 for me on my top 10 is Derek Brown, the defensive tackle from Auburn. Derek Brown is an absolute monster. I think he easily could be higher than this. I really toyed with putting him at 8 and bumping Andrew Thomas and Grant Delpit down a slot. But rest assured, folks, you see some draft boards or big boards of players, and Reggie, you know this too, and you'll see, like, man, these top 2 guys, everyone loves them, but then it kind of falls off, and this is a really deep draft. It's really deep at wide receiver. Burrow makes this very interesting at the quarterback position. You've got pass rushers, you've got corners, you've got defensive tackles. I think that it's probably the weakest in offensive tackles, but there's still some to be available. But for me, man, this is my top 10.
A guy from Iowa.
Wirfs.
Yeah, Tristan Wirfs. What do you think about him?
I think he's amazing. I think he's really young.
You still would put him above?
I put Andrew Thomas above because I think Wirfs is raw. So he just turned 20. He's strong.
Yeah.
I think he's still growing into his body, and he's not quite the pass protector I want him to be, but he will be. Listen, Wirfs is like right here, and it wouldn't shock me at all if by the time we get to the draft, Wirfs would actually be the top offensive tackle in the draft.
I would agree. Some of what I've seen from Wirfs this year, struggle a little bit in pass protection, but that whole offensive line kind of struggled in pass protection, so I wouldn't put all of it on him. I thought he did a great job at being able to change from right tackle to left tackle when they needed him. There were even times where this was one of the first times I've ever seen this. They would.
Now this, it's Cajun spot.
Hey, welcome back for the second half of the National Championship.
Yeah.
I got to bring my man the Ohio State shirt. Come on over here. What's your name? What's your name? Devin? All right, Devin, he comes in, and he's been cheering. Whoops, I'm sorry. There we go. All right, Devin came in, and he's representing the Buckeyes, and you've been cheering hard for Clemson, haven't you?
Yeah, I have been. I actually had a prop bet.
I don't know. What'd you have on it?
I had them first half money line, so that didn't go so well. But now I'm rooting LSU the rest of the way.
Okay, so did you text anybody? Did you text your guy?
No, I didn't text my guy.
You're not going to try to, fade the second half or something like that?
I might.
I got nothing.
So what do you think about...
and a question, Devin, come on.
What do you think about... Do you think Okudah got snubbed on not winning defensive
It's
back?
all the way up.
The Thorpe Award. Good question, Devin. We will. Yes. So, Thorpe Award went to Delpit and not Jeff Okudah. Okudah just didn't have the interceptions I felt like to get the nod. And LSU, they were sweeping everything. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, if I had a vote on that one, I would have voted for Jeff Okudah. Delpit was injured in the middle of the season. A lot of the opposing coaches that you saw talk about his play said he wasn't quite playing at the level he was in years previous, and I thought that he got that a little bit on reputation because a lot of people thought he was the best defensive back coming into the season.
Yep.
And then Okudah didn't have the interceptions to kind of take him over. But I thought if you just watch the film, the best defensive back in college football was Jeff Okudah.
Yeah, and that defense, in total, was one of the best defenses that we've seen all season long. Coach Urban Meyer talked a lot about, obviously, their players and their skill sets and what they can do. But I think one of the things that he said to me that I really, kind of hit home for me and I think speaks volumes about their talent level, he said every last one of those kids on that defense will get drafted. That's how good they were.
They were so good, and they just couldn't bring it home against Clemson. I would have loved to have seen them match up against this LSU offense, but this LSU offense is on a different level.
They are.
And because Clemson's done everything right. They've gotten pressure. They've been physical. I
would say this is maybe the most rattled we've seen Joe Burrow as well.
And they still scored 28 in the first half.
28 points.
This is a team, think about it this way. This team, LSU, they have played, 4 opponents that have had a top 15 scoring defense. Florida, Auburn, Alabama, and Georgia. Against those 4 opponents, they averaged 37 points per game and 515 yards, which is insane, right? I mean, that's insane production.
Oh, my goodness.
Just to give you a sense, Clemson, who's the #1 defense in the country, is a bit of a paper tiger, if you will, no pun intended. They've only played 1 top 15 scoring offense this year, and they allowed 23 and 516 yards to Ohio State, and it should have been more.
Yeah, they should have.
So, listen, I think Clemson was a beneficiary of a really bad ACC, and then they beat Ohio State in that semifinal, and now they're getting exposed a little bit, and they're getting exposed partly because the blueprint that Ohio State used, you're seeing LSU use it a little bit, and they're just kind of shredding them.
Yeah. And Joe Burrow's doing a great job at taking off and running at the right time. I think his legs have been the difference maker in this, or was the difference maker in that first half. And as we've seen him taking a hit right here on that elbow, he's just a warrior, man. He gets hit, gets right back up. Look at him pushing the guys away. I'm all right. We good. That's the kind of leader that you want out there on the football field, leading your guys, to a victory.
Got a question that came in. Both quarterbacks in this game are phenomenal. In conversations with NFL scouts or coaches, did any indicate if both QBs came out in the same year, who would be the first QB drafted? I think that there's more question on that than before. I've stated that I thought in just a pure evaluation, Lawrence might get the nod over Joe Burrow, but I got to tell you, Burrow he never throws out an inconsistent game. Every time he plays, he's so good. He's so calm. He's NFL ready.
Yeah,
So I'm questioning my own evaluation right now because of how well Burrow is playing.
270, 3 touchdowns, 16-28 in the first half. I mean, against the best defense in the country.
Right.
But, I think he was a little bit flustered when we started out.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it
for
reminds
sure.
me a
For
little
sure.
bit of what we saw with Houston against Kansas City. I mean, Kansas City was a little bit flustered early on, and then they just came back and dominated, and that's kind of what I feel here. Although I'm far from calling Clemson out of this thing.
I would say this: if both these quarterbacks were coming out in the same year, Joe Burrow would be number 1, Trevor Lawrence would be number 2, or vice versa. It'd be one or the other.
1 and 2. I think
1
it
and
would
2.
have the same feel as, and now you can't take their careers in totality into consideration, but remember
yet,
the debate between Ryan Leaf and Peyton Manning.
Yes.
And I think that you would get a
my
debate
God.
similar to that, because that was not consensus by any stretch.
No, right.
In the Manning-Leaf debate. Obviously, it turned out lopsided in one favor, but huge drive here.
Oh.
All right, opening
with a
drive
pass.
to start the second half. Let's see if Clemson makes any adjustments. Here's the things that they have to do. They've got to give help to Terrell on Jamar Chase. If they don't, they're just going to continue to get shredded. They've got to continue to try to get pressure on Joe Burrow in creative ways. The way that they did it best was through those A-gap blitzes, those blitzes that were right in the face of Joe Burrow, in particular with guys like Isaiah Simmons and Saliski, I believe. I can't pronounce his name. I'll get it, whatever. I'm not doing the game. And if they do those two things, then they're going to have a shot.
I think you got to defend against the quarterback draw, too. I mean,
Good call.
2 big plays.
Yeah.
The quarterback
Here they come up the
draw,
middle
one
of the
for
game.
a score.
They're blitzing that one linebacker every play now.
If they don't get home on the pressures, this is going to be a long second
it's
half.
gonna be bad for him.
Because this dude is
Really
an
bad.
assassin.
A lot of empty sets. Bunch setting. And got to him.
Got him.
There's the pressure.
There it is.
Just like we said.
Pressure against the empty set.
LSU's offensive line also needs to figure out a way to slow down these A-gap blitzes because they're getting killed in the same exact formation and setup every time.
You can't block it like that.
No, you
like
cannot.
I don't understand it.
Either they got to squeeze down or they got to slide the line.
That's maddening.
He didn't touch him.
Let's see what they have here now.
It called
Without
catching,
any contact.
catch interference, but he never touched the guy.
What you cannot do is get directly in front of him within a yard. Looked to me like he was at the side.
That's a big penalty.
Let's just see, yes, from the spot of the foul.
That's a big penalty.
See if he made any contact with him as he ran by.
All right, after that call, here's the adjustment that they have to make. Reggie, they need to get into man protection. And man protection, what they have to do is that they've got to make a call where these 3 players are going to be responsible for these 3 players.
Yeah.
Okay, regardless of which gap this backer blitzes in, these 3 players are taking them. So you're man-to-man here, you're man-to-man here, and then those 3 have this guy. And then whoever the back is or the quarterback, he's either taking him, or if he blitzes and he's in the hot, now he's hot and the quarterback takes him.
Yeah.
But you've got to make him the hot man and not allow him to just run up the middle of the field like that.
Yeah, and it's too easy of a path. It's the shortest path to the quarterback for this linebacker. And like you said, they got to find a way to either squeeze this down, which we've done before, which means that this guard will squeeze down and just create a wall so that there's no penetration in this A gap and take away, what's been successful for Clemson.
If they don't do that, they'll be in trouble. That was a big stop there for Clemson's defense because they needed that to start that. Now they got to go down and get a score and try to retain a little bit of striking distance here, down by 11 as Higgins.
He's
who is
down.
this? Higgins.
Ooh.
Oh gosh.
Thigh contusion. Ouch.
Not only a big stop, Joel, but then they got the 15-yard penalty for interference with the opportunity to make a catch,
Yep.
which is a 15-yarder from the spot of the foul. Didn't get a look at it to see if he actually made any contact, but he didn't appear to be directly in front of him, which is the rule states being directly in front within a yard. But that's a big penalty.
Mike, just when you're talking about like the percentage of scores in that field position gained goes up a
Absolutely.
significant amount. Make sure to continue to submit your questions to us. Follow us on social. You can hit up Reggie. You can hit up me at Joel Klatt on Twitter. You can hit up Mike P. You can continue to kind of get involved here. You can ask us to throw something up on the whiteboard, chat about anything, rules. Mike, we still got to get to your 5 suggestions for rule changes in college football, all of that. That might be a face mask right
Look
there.
like it, possibly.
We got to get. Are we still doing FaceTimes? Or we're not doing that anymore?
We could do that.
Yeah,
You want to
no
FaceTime
more
somebody?
FaceTimes?
You want to FaceTime somebody?
Okay.
Who you got?
No,
Call me.
I don't have anybody right now, but I wasn't sure we were still doing it.
So you do got the face
I
mask
can hit some
called
people
here.
up. Let me text Coach L, see if he's busy.
Let's That's what I thought. Saw that
So
one
you're,
right in real time.
you're talking about 30 yards worth of penalties on this drive. And
This
that
is
turns into a running play, so therefore it's tacked on to the end of the room.
I'm trying to think of which one of my teammates played at LSU. I can.
What a sequence here for Clemson to open the half, right? They get the 2 penalties, they get the stop.
Yeah.
Exactly the sequence that they needed. Man, he's powerful.
He is.
I feel like they've got a little bit of a tell in their formation right now. Watch the back's alignment.
Yeah.
When Etienne is behind or has more depth,
Mm-hmm.
he's deeper than Trevor Lawrence. It feels like they're trying to get that heavy downhill running game, which then they can boot off of and they can play action off of. So this set right here, see how he's behind him?
Yeah.
See, and now it's a downhill run. See, they get that depth so he can get more vertical in his run game.
When he gets going downhill, I mean, he kind of like, his hips kind of sink into the ground, almost like a NASCAR when it's taking off. And he's just powerful, man. This guy's explosive.
And then when he's even with Lawrence and he doesn't have that depth, that's when they're either running the stretch zone outside or it's a pure pass. So this is like a play action or they're going downhill again. There's that zone read, downhill run. See, they got a tell in that formation.
They do.
This might be
What
one
a
they
drive.
take a look at. This.
What a drive. The Tiger goes for push-ups.
Wait a
The
minute.
Tiger goes for
Don't
push-ups.
just relax yet. Relax yet. This is not certain.
It's not?
Watch the knee here. Is there a knee?
It's touchdown.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be okay.
Yeah, it's touchdown.
I think he's okay. Kept the knee up.
Did he?
Yeah. Yeah, he lunged.
Not enough to overturn, Mike. Not enough to overturn.
it.
Going for the deuce.
Oh, what a play.
Wow.
What a play. You see those quarterbacks move up in the pocket?
Yep.
Man, that's good. Man, that's good, isn't it?
We got
I think this
ourselves
is
a ball
indeed
game.
a momentum shift.
That is so good. I love watching good quarterback plays.
You called it, Pereira. Another momentum shift.
Man, I love it. All right, Tiger. What do we got?
25.
He can
25.
do these one-handed.
You got it to 25 because he did 28. So
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Come on. Come on. Yes. Atta baby. Oh, he's got the chest. You gave him a little chest. All right, two things I want to talk about here. One is over at the whiteboard, and we'll get to that real quick. But the first, Reggie is just, and Mike is just like a little quarterback technique. What you see from great quarterbacks, all right? You see it from Drew Brees. You see it from Brady a lot. You see it from Aaron Rodgers at times, Mahomes. You're seeing it from both of these guys in this ball game tonight, Burrow and Trevor Lawrence, okay? So they're going to drop back. And even if it's a short drop back like this off of the play action in the pocket, okay, and they're looking one way here. And now if they get a rush on the outside, so come on, somebody come here, Ohio State, Devin, come here. Okay, so you're getting pushed up the pocket and you're trying to collapse, right? So you're the defensive end and you're coming up the field and trying to collapse the pocket right here. All right, so what you normally see inexperienced quarterbacks do is they'll try to, go away from the pressure and they'll just try to run away. But that's like trying to run uphill away from a bear. You don't have enough momentum. He's going to beat you. He's faster than you, right? He's going to get around that corner. Some quarterbacks will try to go backwards or spin or run out like this, and that's going to take huge athletic ability from the quarterback to try to get away from this rusher. Great quarterbacks are going to do two things. They're going to keep their eyes down the field, continuing on their reads, on their progression, 1, 2, 3, 4, and they're going to protect the football and get up into the pocket. This is why it's so important to have a great center and a great guard that can maintain the point of the pocket. So I've got somewhere to go. I have nowhere to go if they get stuffed into me and into my lap, and I'm just going to take a sack. But here comes the defensive end. He's getting blocked on this side, so all he's got is his outside arm, okay? He's trying to get this outside arm on the football. So what great quarterbacks do is they bring the football back up towards their front side, and they scoot up in the pocket and then get the ball back up on their shoulder. They're still maintaining their reads, and then the ball comes out. The other aspect that great quarterbacks have is they move with their back foot first. Okay, this is what allows you to do. If you get back to the back end of your drop back, okay, and you see my feet, if I step with my front foot first, now I've got to gather myself with my back foot and then step again to throw. So that's 3 steps to throw. If I move with my back foot first, if I get back here and I feel the rush and I can scoop and lead with my back foot, now I can throw the football in only 2 steps. I scoop and lead with my back foot, and now the ball comes out. So you see 2 steps rather than 3, the ball comes out. We can attack the defense. I'm protecting from a turnover. That's great quarterback technique in the pocket. Last thing that I would just say real quick is watch when Clemson has the football. The quarterback is right here. When Travis Etienne is lined up even with him like this on the same level, what they're doing is they're either going to run the stretch zone or it's just going to be a straight play action and he's going to pass the football. Now, when Etienne has some depth and he's behind him like this, now they're trying to get the ball downhill in the run game, and then off of that, they're going to play action and boot the quarterback outside. So watch for that alignment tell in the Clemson offense as we're moving forward in this game.
Well, they're just bringing the house.
They are. They're bringing the house on them.
I'm out of shape. That pocket movement was making me hot.
Same thing, man. They cannot block these boys up front. LSU's offensive line is struggling. They're holding on for dear life.
4 sacks for Clemson. See, when he's got time, they're done.
Yeah, can't stop it.
If they don't get to him, he's roasted.
Yeah, he's killing them.
This is so easy. Jamar chasing the slot. He's just got one-on-one. They don't jam him on the line of scrimmage. Oh, do you see that little fake cross?
I saw it, yeah.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah.
That is so good. Who just did that yesterday? Was that the Packers that did that yesterday? Kansas City? Yeah, Devontae Adams did that. You're exactly right.
He did do it. Yeah,
it was so good. They fake like they're going to cross, and it gets the defensive backs to try to commit to a switch, and then you cut it back out.
Yeah.
Oh! Oh, Oh, son, where are your gloves?
Could have been a hero.
Oh, my goodness.
Could have been a hero.
Nolan Turner.
Tell you what, though, this Clemson defense is tightening up.
Yes, it is.
2 stops in a row.
Oh,
he
Edwards-Helaire stopped.
You cannot stop your feet.
Oh, my gosh.
He stopped his feet because he thought he was going to run into Jamar Chase. But the inside receiver always has to go, is it underneath or over the top?
First.
He's always
He clears
first.
it out.
Yeah. He's first, and then the running back.
So the outside
underneath,
receiver can't
That's what
commit
it
to
is.
his route until it's cleared out. So he's just got to stay
gotta
there
hesitate.
and hesitate, and then go. So he
go.
committed to his route too soon and then got blocked out. So he's got to wait for the clear and then go.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, I think Clemson's got what they wanted coming out of the half.
Exactly what they wanted.
looking good.
Showing a little championship medal, huh?
Yeah, they are.
This is what gives you a 29-game win streak.
Yeah.
Here, come here,
So
Reggie.
the adjustments.
This is what we're talking about.
Clemson.
Audience. We need more audience. Devin, you're back. This is what happens when you wear a
do
hoodie.
this.
All right, come on in. 2. We need 2. All right, here we go. You're going to play defense right here over Reggie. Okay, so you're going to be the defensive back, so you're going to be right here.
Yes.
Okay, and then Devin, you're going to be jammed on me. Okay?
Yeah.
So here's the deal.
I got to be on the ball.
You're on the ball.
Yeah.
I'm the back that's outside.
Yeah, so you have to be
Reggie's
off the
got to
ball.
clear out before I run my slant.
Yeah. And I don't have a ton of time. I have to go right now.
You gotta
I have
go.
to define it right now.
Here was the problem with the route is that Edwards-Helaire committed
came
and then he
too soon.
had to stop.
He's at the
The
same
defensive back was able to get over the top
Yeah.
and almost pick that ball off. Now,
Yeah.
here's what should happen is that Reggie's on the line of scrimmage.
On the
I'm
line.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Go.
Now he waits.
clear out.
Now I run
Yeah.
the slant
And
and
he
I can
gets
beat
caught
the
up in the
defender
traffic.
inside.
And he gets caught up in the traffic.
That's
Yeah.
right. And then the defender gets caught up in the traffic. Excellent job, defense.
Thank you.
Way
Thank
to go.
you.
Way
Thank
to go. Well done.
I was getting ready to call offensive pass interference.
Offensive pass interference. What is this? The Rose Bowl?
It was a pick, for God's sake.
Hey, did you think that the OPI was the proper call in the Rose Bowl?
I mean,
I didn't. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, I know you didn't. It was not a strong call, no. I can see how from that position you think the guy's throwing a block, initiating a block downfield, but to me, defender slid, he tried to get around to the outside a little bit. It's not a strong call.
Not a strong call.
Yeah.
That was really eloquent.
Thank you very
I'm going to
much.
steal that for the booth. That was
Really?
not a strong call.
Not a
Rather
strong
than,
call.
here's the deal. I think all of us as fans, and even if you're like in a little league sport, because we see crazy dads all the time as our kids are getting older, stop yelling at the officials, number 1. And 2, stop saying it's a blown call.
Don't use those words. That's nothing. Horrible. Forget that stuff. Say
Well,
it.
sometimes they're horrible
I-
calls, but I'm kidding.
I always say it's incorrect. I don't like it, but not blown, not terrible, not horrible. And you're right, by the way, about parents. Parents are horrible, which is why there is such a shortage of officials around the country.
That's right.
It's horrible. I mean, it's in all sports.
Officials don't want to deal with it.
Why? Why deal with it?
No.
You know, parents chasing you off the field.
The battlefields to ball
Parents
fields.
chasing you
You
off.
want to talk about that real quick?
Yeah, the foundation that we have, we're trying to get service members and veterans involved in officiating. Think they would be great role model for kids, and so we
What about
actually.
former players?
Huh?
Why don't we get more
And more
former
players.
We need more former players.
But players don't have as much patience, especially when they come out of the NFL. They don't have the patience to start at Pop Warner football, for example.
Yeah,
So-
why would they? They just played at the highest level. Nobody wants to go
Yes,
down.
but remember now, officiating's a mental game, not a physical game. It's not any. We've tried to train some.
Football's a
We've
mental
tried to
game.
train some ex-players, and I think right now we have 2 in the league. It's about it. So, it's a different beast. It's a lot harder, I think, than people think. Oh, and got it?
Caught it?
I'd never hit the ground, did it?
I don't think it did. Must have hit the ground. Because they're ruling incomplete now. Boy, I don't see where
did that
it did.
hit the ground? Can you give another replay angle? Who is the producer?
Well,
Goodness
you've got
gracious.
You've got enough to stop it from those two angles right there.
This is what I get upset about, guys. You're
Relax
watching me
now,
watch
you
football
gotta
in real
relax.
time. I know.
I think here they're going to see, and you'll get the shots here. Oh,
Ground. There you go. Great.
And a heck
That's
of a
all
call.
we needed.
A heck of a call.
Why wasn't that the first replay?
Yeah.
That should have been the first replay.
Francisco Villar, who makes that call from the Pac-12. Terrific call.
So you mean to tell me they could see that, but they cannot see a blatant pass interference in the NFC Championship game when a guy gets his head knocked off? You can't see that, but you can see that one. All right.
Some guys just never let things go.
Hey. Don't know what to
He
tell you.
put the hat on. Now he's getting more
He
rambunctious.
did. Was this like a rally hat? Are you going for Clemson?
It is a rally at.
Come on, Clemson.
A rally hat. This is a stretch or a pass play? Pass. See how the back was even? Oh!
Ooh, good defense.
Good defense. All right, Mike, here on third down, can I
Yes.
ask you if you could change 5 rules in college football, what would they be?
Oh my gosh, that's a lot to ask. The first one I would say is can we shorten the game to a degree, and for one thing, not stop the clock on first down?
Yeah. I would agree.
Amen.
And now
for that
really
one.
pretty much it doesn't stop for very long anymore. The referees just get it wound up really quick. But I think. Oh. With the amount of offense and the amount of snaps that we have now, especially with this no huddle stuff, I mean, there's 180 plays in this game versus like an NFL game with 153.
Yeah.
So, you know, I would think overall time needs to be shortened, so I would do that. This whole read option stuff, I would shrink the amount of yardage that a player can legally be downfield from 3 to 1. Which is what the NFL does. I mean, it's so hard to defend that
Legal
when linemen are
downfield.
playing run, you know, on that quick zone read thing. And so, you know, I make it easier to officiate to say it's just 1 yard. That's a couple of them to start out with.
You have another one that says eliminate all blocks
Hey, I
below
can't
the waist
figure out
outside the tackle box.
I cannot figure out what is a legal below the waist block and what is not.
Yeah.
It's all now at certain 5 yards either side of the line. It's got to be from the front 10 to 2. I mean, they've confused it so much. Why not eliminate it? Just eliminate it except in close line play.
Well, you're ruining the academies at that
Well,
point.
I understand that. You got littler guys trying to block bigger guys, but in close line play, in the trenches, let it happen there.
But even for them, I'm talking about that option attack. So much of
Yeah.
it is coming out of the backfield and then chopping guys down outside of the tackle box.
I get it. That's tough. I just think that right now it's so confusing.
Yeah.
I mean, I worked a ton of games at Air Force Academy.
Yeah.
By the way.
Beautiful
They were
up
easy
there.
to work
I bet.
because they just ran the ball. But I still think that's confusing. I would love to see the Power 5 conferences go to a centralized replay location. So we get away from the inconsistency that we have in replay from conference to conference. And I think my last one, what was my last one, Bondo, as he pulls them out? They took them off the screen already.
Are they up here? They can bring them back up
They
here.
were. Bring back up my 5 so I can remember my 5th. Here
That
it
might have been
comes.
all of them.
There was something about 2 minute.
Oh, I'd love to get more consistent with the NFL timing rules. Have a 2-minute warning.
Yeah.
So you get a natural break there, and then have all the 10-second runoff scenarios apply under 2 minutes instead of under 1 minute as they are now in college. The one main complaint I have about the rules is they're just so different from college to the NFL. If you're a fan, if you're a player, it's so hard to really follow the rules. I'd like to get them closer in sync to each other.
It should be.
I think that there should be only one difference.
1 foot versus 2
1
foot.
foot versus 2 foot.
Yeah.
If that was the only difference.
Why is that, though?
I don't just
It's
because
like they
I
can't do
think
it
it's
'cause
fun.
They can't do it.
they can. I think the NFL should adopt 1 foot. If anything, I would take it towards 1 foot rather than the NFL keeping 2. I like that it's 1 because then it's more. I think it's easier to officiate because now all you have to say is control body part. You don't have to say or 2 feet. So it's just control body part and then element of time to perform an act common to the game.
problem,
So it
though,
simplify the catch rule.
When you do something like that, now when you look at all-time records, of guys, receiving records, it's easier with 1 foot versus 2. So does the new receiver come in and set records because it's easier to make to complete the process of the catch with 1 foot versus 2, and I think they're leery about making those big type of changes, which could affect all-time records.
Yep. But in college football, I think the reason that they will never adopt clock changes that make the game shorter is because offensive coaches dominate the sport and they rely on volume of snaps. And so to some degree, their job status relies on the numbers that they can put up based on the volume of snaps that they have. And so they're going to be reluctant to ever change the timing rules that will minimize the number of snaps that they have in a football game, which is it doesn't fall in line with the player safety initiative, I can tell you that, but I think that's why it's going to be tough to change those. I would agree with you. They should adopt those rules, but I think it's going to be hard for them to get to that point.
I think they also got to change the targeting rule too, because there's just so many situations that we've seen, in particular the most notable one, the last one against Trevor Lawrence and Ohio State, where I don't know how that DB makes a better tackle.
Right.
Without Trevor Lawrence dipping his head, that's a completely legal tackle.
The hardest part about changing the targeting rule is that I think it should be designated into 2 areas where you can have a foul without an ejection and you can have a foul with an ejection.
Yes.
But the hardest part about the delineation between the 2 is that I think that you're going to have to try to have some knowledge of intent.
Yeah.
And I think that's where it becomes almost impossible to officiate.
By the way, they just had the play there that a lot of people thought it was pass interference, defensive pass interference. Clearly grabbed the arm, but the pass was overthrown. Yeah, it was uncatchable. And really the timing of it, I think the ball was probably already there, although high. So not a foul incorrectly. And some of those, by the way, Joel, and sometimes, even though I hate the word, it's easy to make a call, but the hardest ones to make are the ones that you don't call.
Yeah.
That look like they could be and you pass on. Those are really tough ones, often.
They just got a delay game. They're just going to run the ball with Joe Burrow now.
Hey, man, the Bengals front office is like, stop running Joe Burrow! Cincinnati fans, they're livid right now.
Yes, they are.
He is our quarterback.
They have talked about him being dinged up a little bit in this game, too, and how he's not showing it at this point, but...
Third and lever, where's Jamar Chase? They've changed the matchup, okay? Chase is at the top of your screen. He's being not defended by Kendrick. There's Chase.
Uh-oh. He still found a way to get open. Oh, nice move. Oh! Wow.
Crazy.
I would say this is the Jamar Chase show right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we're all witnesses.
How about Shadiq Charles, the left tackle out there?
Just a great call.
It's a great call because they've been blitzing them.
Great call. Just
100%.
beat the blitz.
Because that's all they can do is blitz
Yeah.
them. Oh! Nothing different about that hit than what Sean Wade did. Nothing. Wrapped up, initiated with the crown. I guarantee you it's not stopped because this is Pac-12, not SEC. The SEC confirms a higher percentage of targeting calls than any other conference in the country, along with the Sun Belt. They fall under Steve Shaw's officiating.
Well, you're going to get a look. You're going to get a look at the possibility of targeting here on this one.
If there's any consistency, he's going to get thrown out of the game.
And what's his, what year is he?
He is a redshirt junior.
So he will be, if he gets called for targeting, he'll be out.
Oh,
This is the exact play that is letter of the law. He's going to get thrown out of the game. There's no reason to throw him out of the game.
I mean, what
I
you
just
can't
hate it.
do is...
I just hate it.
I
This
know,
is so
but,
dumb.
Stop,
This
but
is
you
so
can't
dumb.
lower your helmet and lead
I
really
understand,
with
but
the crown of the helmet.
He wraps up. He's clearly just trying to play
It's a
football.
good tackle, man.
He's not trying to target the head or neck area.
He doesn't even
They're going to
lead.
throw him out of the
He
game.
leads with
This
the
is
crown
so,
of the
it's
helmet.
just
It
so
is the
dumb.
rule.
It's just so dumb.
You ought to know by now that you shouldn't lead with the crown, and it is forcible to me. Remember now.
But he hits him in the shoulder.
It doesn't
It
make
doesn't
any
matter 'cause
difference.
he leads
this
with the
is
crown.
a runner here. You still can't lead with the crown of your helmet. He's going to be out. I mean,
initiates
from this,
with
I
the
would say
crown.
he's going to be out.
Terrible. Yeah, they got to fix this call.
I know it's a tough man.
If there's any way to keep him in the game, they should be trying to keep him in the game. He wraps up. There's no intent. This is why the rule is so bad. This is the worst rule in college football.
Yeah. That's unfortunate.
Oh, so dumb. This is so dumb. What are we doing? I'm going to Twitter.
You're officiating the rule is what you're doing. See, I can't do this when I'm in the booth either. Come on, Joel, you're wrong. You can't
call.
lead with your helmet like that.
It's a bad call. This is a bad
Get
call.
away from me. Don't do your push-ups. Put Mike Pereira doesn't agree when you send that out.
No, I'm not saying it's a bad call.
Oh, okay, good.
I said worst rule in college football. Just so you know, worst rule in college football, absolute trash. Someone do something to change this atrocious rule.
What would you call that then? Nothing? No
That
foul?
would be a targeting 1, not a targeting 2. So it's a penalty, but he's not ejected for
Okay,
it.
we got a tight play here. Signal was right
They
away.
scored
by
right
the way.
after.
Of course they did.
Another momentum swing. Uh-oh. I see a nervous mascot.
I hate this rule so much.
Ooh, boy. Now we're going to have another quad box they talk about they've got. Foot is out, but where is it? So we need that shot down the line again. Now this shot doesn't help you because you want to see down the line where is the ball there. Even this one's not going to help you. Still don't. Yeah, I don't think really on this. I think it's got to stand. Ruling of touchdown, I'm going to go with my little sign here saying that I think it has to stand.
I would agree with that.
I think there's a mascot that hopes it's reversed. Give him a little extra time.
So now,
see, this is where you've got a ton of angles already. Now, why can't we make the decision now? That's what is one of my concerns about replay.
It looked just like him, but just light skin.
And remember, as I said, in the book it says it's got to be beyond a shadow of a doubt that the ruling on the field was incorrect. Love to see that down the line shot one more time. Ah, here it is. This is the best angle.
I don't understand what would cause you to think that this wasn't a touchdown.
That's
right?
a touchdown.
Like,
This is a
touchdown.
That's a touchdown.
I thought they were trying to figure out if it was an interference. I didn't know they were trying to figure out if it was a touchdown.
Irrefutable. It's got to stand. It's going to stay as a touchdown, folks. And I don't know why it's taking so long. Really? There's a Tito's vodka waiting for me somewhere.
That's an obvious block. The rules are we got to do something about this. I'm telling you, the rules are too tough to officiate.
Which one?
Because of all the differences between the two levels. I think it's too hard to officiate. We don't have professional refs. You know, they're not full-time.
Yeah.
We've got one conference doing it one way, another conference doing it another way. If it were up to me, one of the first things I would do if I was commissioner for a day is I would have a national officiating body and not each conference left to their own
Well, you
accord.
have a national coordinator official, which, by the way, Steve Shaw is just coming from the SEC to
Great.
become the national coordinator, taking over for Rogers Redding. And 35 push-ups coming up from the right here, which somebody's got to be worried about.
All right, 35 push-ups. What do we think? Can we do it? Come on. We know you can do it. We know you can do it.
I'm going to see this, too.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3,
No shot
4,
at all.
5,
Yeah, no shot.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Yay! Nicely done. Nicely done. That was
You're not getting
good
any
effort.
help.
That was a good effort. He's going to be so sore tomorrow when he's walking around the office. Everyone just be like, "Hey, what's up?" and slap him right on his chest.
Yeah, I gotta go wash my hands. That didn't feel like a clean tail.
Oh, man.
Ugh.
All right. I want to talk to Dean Blandino. I want to get all the officials in the room and voice my displeasure with our rules. Dean Blandino, are you there?
What's up?
What's going on, man?
Dean!
I want to see Pereira do those push-ups.
I only do them, Dean. I said I'll do them at a soccer game, but I won't do them for a football game. I can do 4.
All right, Dean.
Be
I think-
prepared, Dean.
No. Listen, this is not an officiating deal, right? It's just like, this is a bad rule. That targeting penalty was by the letter of the law a targeting. But doesn't it feel to everybody like we just got a $1,500 ticket for rolling through a stop sign?
Yes.
It's like, it's technically
exactly what
against
it
the
is.
law.
I hate
but
it when
my
cops
goodness,
do that.
can we just eject a player for playing hard?
Yeah, it doesn't. Believe me, you're talking about the national championship game, and you have one of the best players out on the field having a great game, and now he's gone. The problem is he lowered his head and he led with the crown of his helmet, and that's the technique that they're trying to get out of the game. It doesn't feel great. It wasn't a kill shot necessarily, but it is the rule, and I don't know how you get around not enforcing it in that situation.
Now, how about if we just break it up into 2 categories where there's obvious targeting of the head or neck and a defense, like a targeting of an opponent's head or neck, and then there are these other types of targeting where we don't eject a player, but it's 15 yards, it's a first down, we're penalizing his team, and yet we're not perp walking him into the locker room and telling him he can't play for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's something the coaches, they propose that. They have their meeting, and this was last off season. The coaches wanted to go to like a basketball-style flagrant 1, flagrant 2, and it did get some traction. Ultimately, the Rules Committee felt that adding that additional layer, and and Mike can speak to this too, when we used to have the 5-yard face mask versus the 15-yard face mask, just human nature, we defaulted to the 5-yard face mask almost every time. And so you're concerned about that, adding that extra layer of judgment. I know it doesn't feel good, and I'm sure the discussion will continue this offseason, maybe going to that tier system. But again, it's a player safety rule, and you're just trying to get that type of technique where that player puts himself at risk for that neck injury, head injury, or spine injury. When he makes that tackle.
I mean, that's the thing, Dean, too. That's the thing, that the player lowered his head and put himself in position where he could get hurt. And that's a big part of the rule thing. And to me, I actually think that was just an obvious one and deserved the ejection. But
Pick.
All right, Dean.
Flag.
Dean's at the game, by the way. We're taking you away from the action. Get back to the action, Dean.
The fourth quarter.
Dean, over under on the number of cocktails you've had.
I've had 0. I can't say that for Pereira. It sounds like, I don't know, he's slurring a little bit.
Dean, appreciate your time, brother. Have a good one. He knows you
what
well.
They call
pass interference. They say he pulled himself to get even and get into the position for that pick. What do you think on this? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
There's no
for
doubt.
sure.
There's no doubt.
No question.
What happened in letting them play?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think that's 8 accepted penalties.
We were letting them play today.
Come on, Chris. You're a Colorado guy. That was clearly a penalty.
Oh, he just threw that ball.
Yeah, he did. Stingley's incredible.
Yeah.
This kid right
really
here,
good.
24, he's one of the best corners I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
See how he's pushing him to the sideline,
While
and he
turning
stays
his head.
even or stacked, and he maintains contact and gets his head around.
Yeah, that's a good defense.
Stupid talent. Stupid talent. He's going to be the best corner in the NFL in 4 years.
Yeah.
Audience question? Do we have an audience question?
Ah, yeah, here we go.
We got some questions.
All right.
That's really, the only
I'm gonna
thing
stay
is you have
down
to
here.
do 35 push-ups before you can ask the
You
question.
got to do 35 push-ups. All right.
Hi, Mom, if you're watching.
Who's Mom? Who are you?
My name's Griffin, sorry.
Thank
guys.
you. There we go. Now everyone knows who
Internet.
Griffin is.
Hey, where are you from, Griffin?
I'm from Los Angeles, California.
Yeah,
You're up
brother.
here?
Uh-huh.
Ah,
Born
good.
in St. John's Hospital. Anyways, this question is for Joel and Reggie. So,
What am I, chopped liver or what?
He's mad at the targeting rule.
Besides that, so in 2006, after going undrafted, Joel, you attended Saints minicamp, correct?
Yes.
2006 was Reggie's draft year, drafted second
season.
overall.
Yeah.
Did you two ever cross paths?
We did.
In
He
that
has a
minicamp?
story about it.
Let's hear the story, please.
He did.
Just the old Joel?
No, it's not a story
did.
like that. It's a good story, though.
It's a good story.
I'm 8 years sober. There are no stories about that. Okay, so yes, we were at the Saints, and I earned a contract in that rookie minicamp. But Reggie came down. Sean Payton was in his first year. Drew Brees had just been signed, but his shoulder was still banged up because he had just got it torn up against Denver when John Lynch landed on him near the goal line and he blew out his
John
shoulder.
Lynch?
Yes. So Drew was injured. They needed quarterbacks. I came down there, earned a contract in rookie minicamp. But to get to rookie minicamp, I get on the plane in Denver. That's where I was from. And I walk into the plane, and in first class, there's the Heisman Trophy winner, Reggie Bush. And obviously I'm like, well, we're going to the same spot. My ticket said 32E. he was in first class, but I was literally walking by. I was like, oh my gosh, that's Reggie Bush. This is awesome. And so I walked back to the back of the plane. And
Zone 8.
Yes, I was Zone 8. We get down to New Orleans, and I didn't see him when we got off the plane. Obviously, he didn't know. I mean, I was just Joe Schmo who walked by. He didn't know I was coming down there to be there. And so he had either like gone to the bathroom or got something to eat, because I beat him down to baggage claim. So I was standing, and they always just have guys, candidly, that just kind of like look like me, that are just like quality control coaches that pick you up from the airport,
They do,
and they're just like in sweatsuits and everything, and I was just like in a jogging suit. And so we're all standing there.
Oh, nice.
How about this play?
Nice.
Wow. This LSU team is...
They're opening it up
Yeah,
now.
they're opening it up. So I get down to baggage claim, and I'm standing there with these other guys, and we all kind of look similar, and then Reggie walks up. And they've got a Saint sign and everything, and like... So then we're waiting for our bags to come on the carousel, and our bags come, and Reggie takes it.
Oh, he dropped it.
He did drop it.
Yeah.
So, you were the third pick in the draft? Second pick?
Second
pick in the draft. And Reggie takes his bag off of the baggage claim, and he just rolls it to me. And I was like, should I tell him I'm here to play, or should I just carry his bag? And so I just carried his bag. And so I start rolling both mine and Reggie's bag out, and we both rock to, he like walks onto the bus, and then like I loaded his bag onto the bus, and then I walk onto the bus, and I just kind of like sat in the back, and I could tell he was kind of like, why is this guy like not in the front, And I was just like sitting there. And then when we got off, he had finally realized that like, he was like, hey, man, I'm sorry about the bag. I was like, no problem. Don't worry about it. I'll carry your bag anytime. But it was, I remember calling some of my buddies that I played with. Reggie, in my year, in the year 2005, Reggie was the biggest star maybe in the world. I mean, at the time, his team, they had, obviously you guys had lost that game, but like you were the Heisman Trophy winner. Reggie Bush was the guy. And so the first handoff that Reggie took in a Saints uniform was from me in a rookie minicamp. I handed it to Reggie, and I just remember I called some of my buddies, and I was like, yeah, man, I'm handing the ball to Reggie. I threw it to him out of that, and they were like, oh, how fast is he, man? Is he so fast? And I was like, nah, he's kind of slow. So that's my story about playing with Reggie. I was released weeks later. Oh, man.
Can we tell the story about you?
I don't remember it.
He doesn't remember.
I don't remember it.
How about you when you got introduced to Pete
I took a
Rose
lot of
here?
hits in between.
Oh, yes.
Took a lot of hits since then.
There was no reason for him to remember me whatsoever, guys. I was an undrafted free agent. It is what it is. I didn't even make it to training camp.
Joel came to work here, and I'd already been working here, and Pete Rose was working in baseball. And Joel said, I'd really like to meet Pete Rose. I said, come on, he's in the makeup room. He's in the makeup room, his boots are up on the counter. So I take Joel in there, and I said to Pete, Pete, I'd like you to meet Joel Klatt. And Pete shook his hand.
Joel played minor league baseball, and he also was the quarterback at Colorado.
No, and Joel says, and Pete says, you're the Joel Klatt that played quarterback at Colorado?
He goes, what years?
Yeah, he says, what years? And you tell him the year.
I go 02 to 05. And he says, you lost me money. Like that. Like that.
He named the game. Wasn't it Kansas State or something?
And I'm looking at him like, no, you can't be serious. And he was like, 04, you threw a late touchdown against Kansas State, didn't you? And I was like, yes, I did. In the last minute of the game, he's like, I had the Wildcats.
He said it. No, here's what he said. He actually said,
Oh, he missed it.
Wow. He actually said that touchdown pass cost me $50,000. That's what he said.
Sorry, Pete. I don't know what to tell you, Pete.
That was so funny.
But don't worry, he doesn't remember if you bet on baseball.
Big momentum change coming. I feel it.
By the way, Joe Burrow has set the NCAA record for touchdown passes in a season. LSU football, great tweet. 59, record holder, touchdown passes in a season. Joe freaking Burrow. I'm pretty sure all Tiger fans are going to replace a word in that tweet. Oh, no.
Wow.
Both these defenses are kind of locking in a little bit.
I know.
I mean, obviously, LSU got robbed with the touchdown, but
Colin Coward tweeting up. Ball starting to sail on Trevor Lawrence, losing a little composure, frustration, pressure. No, Colin. I'll talk to you about it tomorrow. Relax.
oh,
I feel this thing kind of slipping away here.
I'm telling you, this LSU defense, they're playing really well, man.
yeah.
That's not a great
It's
throw.
not a great throw.
And he threw it really late.
You're right, Colin. You're right.
He's going to benefit. I don't want to disparage these guys too much, but we don't cover Clemson, so whatever.
Going to be covering the Mountain West.
Trevor Lawrence, I think, would really benefit from a really good quarterback coach, like Joe Brady has been for Burrow, and a passing game. You know, you see how much Burrow anticipates windows, understands what he's looking at. Too many times I feel like Lawrence is too much a product of the college offense, and he waits a little bit to watch routes come open.
Yeah.
Versus
rather than
Burrow throwing the
them
ball.
open.
Yeah, throwing them open. And you need kind of an NFL voice in your mind, in your ear.
Well, that's what that was one of the things he did so well in the last game against Oklahoma. He threw a lot of guys open. I mean, there were times where the DBs were draped over Jamar Chase. 2 of those touchdowns in the first half, the DB was right there draped on him, but he threw a back shoulder and put it in the only place where his receiver could catch it, and that's the difference. You know, that's the difference between the great ones and just the good ones. The great ones throw you open. The good ones are they can throw it to you when you're open.
On time and on target. I say that's kind of a bottom line thing for a quarterback. Is the ball on time and on target.
Yeah.
Like that ball right there, okay? So that ball, that's a nondescript throw to Clyde Edwards-Helaire, but there's an equation in football. Timing plus ball placement equals yards after the catch.
Yeah.
So if you can put the ball on time and on target, then it gives your receiver a chance. If you're a back right there and the ball is in front on time, now you got something to work with.
Yeah. This is just a ill-advised play by this offensive lineman.
Ill-advised is right. Cheap shot.
It's pretty.
A lot of penalties tonight.
Yeah.
I heard that.
You got to manage your emotions. In those bang plays, those split-second decision type plays, you got to be able to play smart players. Yeah, that's stupid.
I mean,
yeah.
Timmy B he chimes in. Tim, thank you for watching, my man.
Oh, man.
Love Timmy B. He says, Joel,
Timmy
sorry,
B.
bud. I'm with you on the penalty being ejection when you don't know intent, but there's no way in hell this rule will change ever. The economics of the sport cannot handle the concussion issue in today's football. No way. Yeah, I'm not asking for them to take targeting away.
Yeah.
I'm just saying they need to add layers of targeting to try to make sure that we don't eject players for just playing
It shouldn't
hard.
be a first-time injection, on a play where it's bang bang, or where that it's just nearly impossible for the guy to, tackle him in the right area when it's a split-second decision, or keep going back to the Trevor Lawrence play, the last playoff game that they were in, where it was a perfect tackle, but Trevor Lawrence dips his head and then it's targeted.
Yeah.
Because of that.
And I know it's tough.
All the liabilities on the defense, which is very difficult, I agree. But I would say 2 layers just adds more subjectivity. And I think you find it harder to make.
Let me push back, if you don't mind.
You make it harder to make decisions even in replay.
I do agree with you on that. However, we have indicators, right?
Yes,
so,
you do.
In both Wade's play in the semifinal and in this play, both players initiated contact with the crown. That's a foul. But they both wrapped up. They weren't using the helmet as a weapon per se, because they're wrapping up, right? It's a different type of hit that you're taking as an offensive player.
I think
that if you had indicators like,
say,
hey, he's wrapping up, he didn't launch. I feel like there are indicators to keep him in the game. Listen, in a play like we had in the Oklahoma LSU game,
that was different. That was different.
That was way different.
Yeah,
when
that was egregious.
Brendan Radley Hiles clearly targets, launches, crown.
Yeah.
Kick him out of the game.
Yeah, he's got.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
But in these types of plays,
when it's bang bang plays where it's impossible. You're asking 250-pound, young men to stop themselves mid-air, mid-tackle, and
it's been like this. You're right, Reggie, forever. I mean, I remember, I think it was Eugene Robinson with the Falcons on a hit that was a bang bang play. And I remember I said, this rule's ridiculous. And the next day I got a call from Roger Goodell. Said, what are you doing? It's like they're willing to take the abuse, and they're willing to even create put the defender at such a disadvantage that in the rule book it says 100% liability is on the defender, on the tackler.
Yeah.
No matter if the offensive player changes his body posture. When you go through this concussion thing, Timmy B is right. When you go through this concussion thing, they are not ever, they're not ever going to backtrack on this.
Well, and it's because of the litigious nature. It's the litigious nature of everything.
Sure,
so they're doing this for courtrooms. It's not really for player safety. This is the fallacy. It's not for player safety. It's for courtrooms.
I don't agree with that.
It's for lawsuits.
I don't agree with that. I think it is for player safety. And I think at least they've now gone back to you got to re-officiate the play.
Yeah.
And not have what we had before where the ruling on the field stands and the guy was out of the game.
But this is the same like throwing someone in jail for rolling through a stop sign and throwing someone in jail for going 120 miles an hour. Right? I don't know. Because it's a foul.
Question on the screen here. Mike, what is the criteria to be the ref who has to wear the ref cam? It's really the network makes the decision on who's going to give them the best angles. And, you want different views. You want the view coming from the offensive side, from the defensive side. And Joe Burrow makes another big play with Moss. But it's, they've got cameras small enough now, by the way, that they don't weight down, and make the officials uncomfortable. So it's really just between the crew and the networks.
This is one of the best offenses I can remember ever seeing.
Yeah,
I would agree.
I think to the question earlier, you got to look at, say, this maybe is the best offensive all time in 1 year, what we're seeing here today.
Yeah.
Think about what they've done to great defenses. Again, this has not been a team that's just killed lesser opponents.
Yeah.
They've played 4 different games against top 15 teams in terms of top 15 defenses.
Joe Brady's going to be somebody's head coach the next 2-3 years.
Yep.
How old's Joe Brady?
I think he's only 31 or 32.
Yeah, young as heck.
Yeah, super young.
This is just like a methodical championship will-breaking drive.
Yeah,
They're
it
just
is.
breaking the will of a team that's
Yeah.
won 29 games in a row.
Yeah.
And you can see it on the field.
Yep.
They're dictating the tempo. They're looking over. They're snapping the ball under 5 seconds.
Those 10 points feel like they're a mile away right
Yes. Jenny Taft chimed in on Twitter. I love college football, but I'm tired. We get it. Jenny gets up at like 3 a.m. to be on Undisputed.
man, no
so
kidding.
in the morning.
we get it, Jen. Enjoy your night.
Hard-working girl.
Jeez, man.
And game over.
Jeez.
It's the ball game.
Game is over. I think under is over too, by the way, with the extra point.
Shoot, man. I think that
So they ran the fade again from the
they
slot.
ran the slot fade.
Fade from the slot.
This is what we were talking about all those weapons.
Yeah.
LSU.
But again, he threw his receiver open right there. You know, it wasn't, maybe it wasn't the perfect pass, but he gave his receiver a chance to go up and get it and put it in the place where only
I
his
think
receiver-
Jason and I are cooked.
I think Clemson's not coming back.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I don't know,
Maybe
man. This might be one of the greatest performances we've ever seen in the.
That's his
God, in this
60th touchdown
stage.
pass. 60 touchdown passes. What? This is stupid.
Yeah, this might be the greatest performance we've seen from the QB position in the national championship, but just ever in the college season. They already got him up there. He's got to stretch out a little bit more. Get ready for these 42.
I'm like, do you want to try or do you want me to? Oh, okay. All right, I can do that. I can do that.
Is this the same? Do I got to pull your tail again?
Yes, you do. You got to help him.
Was the tail helping out or? Oh, you want me to do them with you?
Oh, Theodore. Come on right down here. Sit right here.
Easy.
Right down. No, we
Easy.
can't afford to lose them. No.
Joel's going
How
to do
many?
him.
42?
No. No, Joel, don't. You've got to play golf this week.
I know. I know. Are we splitting them or are we
He's
both
going to be hitting
doing
some
42?
long drives.
Split them? All right, you go first. I'll just do the
Split 'em
remaining of
up.
the show.
You go first. Good luck, you sucker. You're going to do them all.
So he's doing 22. He's doing 22? 21. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 21.
All right. Ready?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, 15, 20.
Man, the weighted push-ups. I got you. The weighted push-ups in a sweater.
Oh,
I can't
man.
imagine how hot that guy is in that tiger costume. That's ridiculous.
All right, sit down, rest.
Hey, man.
Hey, man, you just pressed on my back for 21 push-ups.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I felt amazing strength.
Let me tell you guys how crazy New Orleans is going to be tonight. It is going to be crazy in the streets tonight in New Orleans.
You ever eat at Mr. B's?
Oh.
Huh?
Mr. B's.
It's another Brennan joint.
I
Mr.
probably ate
B's?
there then. I probably ate there. It
On
sounds
Royal? It's on Royal?
Yeah, I ate there. I've been there before.
They're just killing them with that slot fade.
Yeah.
But we might as well just start talking restaurants now.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Did we ever find that Tito's?
Did you got that? Did you got
Did we
Tito's
ever
around
find
here?
the Tito's?
Jason
I found a
McIntyre.
bottle.
Help
There was
us
a bottle
out
in my
here. I'm just
dressing room,
getting
it was
some
empty.
water. Jace, what's going on with the
I
props?
wish I had better news for you, Joel. I got to be honest with you, man. So we got some bad news. Somebody wants some Venmo money from me. Boom. We're at 67 total points right now. So that's a big whiff for your boy, guys. This one we're not going to put an X by because, hey, Reggie Bush, you've seen this, right? Touchdown, onside kick recovered. No, I'm not selling you on that. Okay, all right. So that's probably a loss. The good news is here, Burrow's well over 300. Trevor Lawrence probably rest of the game's going to be throwing the football. So can I put a check here, or is that too premature?
Too early.
Too early, okay. I said Joel wants to give out some of my money. Listen, as we're looking to kill time in the fourth quarter, I think people are going to start to talk about this, guys. This LSU team probably is like one of the 5 best in college football history, right?
Yeah.
This is going to be the 7th top 10 team they've beaten this season. I think that's a record. A Fox researcher sent me that email earlier. I mean, this team's a juggernaut offensively.
Yeah.
And Clemson hasn't moved the football since taking that 17-7 lead. And my wife might be watching at home. I'm sorry. I don't think we can go to Cabo after the NFL season. I'm about to lose a lot of money on Clemson.
Oh.
Back to you guys.
Oh. I was hoping that the $10 Venmos weren't holding you back from Cabo, but that's a different story. This team's going to go down as one of the all-time best teams ever.
Yeah.
The schedule that they've played, the dominance of their quarterback. So they've got the Heisman Trophy winner, they've got the Thorpe Award winner, they've got the Joe Moore offensive line, they've got the Coach of the Year, they got the #1 offense in the game. He threw 60 touchdown passes, maybe more. He's going to set the single-season mark for completion percentage. I mean, it's ridiculous. So they've beaten now. They went to Texas when Texas was a top 10 team. They beat Florida and Auburn when they were top 10 teams. They beat Alabama in Tuscaloosa. They beat Georgia. They beat Oklahoma. Now they're about to beat Clemson. Jeez. I can't remember a team even coming close to a resume like that,
No,
right?
not at all. That's pretty special. Oh! Pushed off.
Is this going to be offensive, Mike?
Could well be. Kind of swung them around. Yep. It's offensive.
Probably a good
I think
call.
you grabbed, just pulled them through and went around
Probably a good call.
them. Actually, a lot of penalties, but actually the calls have been good.
That's not really a pass interference.
I mean,
he pulls them with his
Yeah.
left arm and spins them
Yeah.
around.
Does he spin him around, or does his momentum take him that way? No, I don't know, man. Thought we was letting them play today. You know what Dabo Swinney's saying right now?
What's
we
that?
had that same call over here, and you missed it.
That's what he said.
You missed
That's
it,
what he
John,
did.
and now you're going to call it on our receiver. It's not okay.
mean, he pulls
yeah. To me, he pulls them with the left
100%.
hand.
In fact, you could say that the only reason the
he
LSU
pulls
player
them.
grabs it
Yeah,
all is because he's being pulled.
Oh, yeah, but no way.
That's
The guy
OPI.
initiated that.
That's OPI.
That's clearly OPI.
I was just tweeting out right now, guys. I would love your take on this. So I'm throwing you a question. Are you ready? I'm saying this LSU football team will be viewed as a top 3 team in college football history.
What are
do
the
you
other
think
2
about
that you're putting in there?
When I look at the history of college football, I look at like 94 Nebraska was an incredible team. 01 Miami. 04 USC, 05 Texas. Those are the teams that I look at as kind of like the benchmarks of our sport.
I think you got to put them up there. As many ranked teams that they beat this year.
Yeah, I don't.
Now it's going to be another one.
I don't see how you put them behind anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, undefeated in the season with the teams they beat and the offense they put on the board.
Yeah.
And what they just did to the #1 defense in the country.
Yeah.
We got a question for you.
Let's go. Audience question. What do we got?
Yeah, so for guys like Joe Burrow, Justin Jefferson, this is going to be their last college game. For Reggie, what was the toughest part of that transition from the college game to the pros?
I think the speed of the game was the toughest transition because you can get away with a lot of things in college that you can't get away with in the NFL. Guys are smarter, faster. The game is played faster from a coordinator's perspective, and those windows close a lot quicker. And so when the window, Joel kind of hit on it earlier how Joe Burrow's doing a great job at anticipating some of those throws, throwing those receivers open. You have to do that at the QB position in the NFL. It's not even a question. If you are even a split second late, that's an interception. If you are even a little off target, it can be an interception or a tip pass. Like we saw with Lamar Jackson in this Baltimore Ravens game, the first interception he threw was a tip ball. And that happens a lot at the NFL level just because, again, the game is played faster. Timing is everything for QBs. And for me at the running back position, adjusting to the speed of the defensive lineman was the biggest thing that I think that affected me. I remember my first preseason game when I played against the Cowboys. Drew threw me a simple, just kind of a wide route, a swing route, and I had to outrun DeMarcus Ware. And he's big, tall, long, and he can run. And so I thought I had the corner on him. He ended up, catching me, and that's when I really understood just how fast the speed of this game is. It's not just on the back end with the speed guys. They're going to be fast, but the defensive linemen and the D tackles, those are the guys that you don't really expect to be running 4.5s, but they can run you down in the open field. And so that was the difference for me is I think kind of in the trenches and having to kind of fight through some of those battles.
We got one more for you, Reggie. Who were you most starstruck by?
Reggie Bush.
Me too. I went to USGA.
There you go.
So, actually, I grew up with your signed jersey in my downstairs living room.
Yes.
So I am a big Reggie Bush
I love
fan.
it. I love it when it comes back full circle. Starstruck by. Trying to think. A lot of the guys, when I got into the league, a lot of the guys were all people that I grew up watching, idolizing. When we played teams, there was always somebody on the team that I was that I grew up watching, or that, you know, I took a piece of his game and try to, you know, implement it into my game and what I did. You know, so I got a chance to meet a lot of guys, you know, in college, even in high school. I think I was most, starstruck by, when I was in high school, I got a chance to meet LaDainian Tomlinson. And he was playing for the Chargers at that time. And, you know, the thing about that relationship that was, you know, so special for me was I got a chance to meet him at the high school level. And then when I got to college, I got a chance to work out with him. And the workout kicked my butt, and I ended up throwing up in the workout. But what it did for me, it was going into my junior year, it put my mind into the right mentality that this is where I got to get to if I want to be great, you know. And I ended up going on the next year, winning the Heisman Trophy. And I truly believe people come in and out of our lives for a reason, good, bad, or indifferent. But it's always for a reason. And that, you know, meeting with LT and getting a chance to work out with him really helped me in my career. He didn't have to do or say much. It was just more so about watching him and seeing the way that he worked out and the way that, you know, he went on Sundays to play and to become one of the greatest to ever do it. So that's my little story.
That's a lot more eloquent than I was going to be. I had this one moment of like starstruck. The Super Bowl in Phoenix when New England played Seattle, there was a concert that Snoop put on. And Peter Schrager and I were just going to like have dinner and like go back to the hotel and, you know, just go to bed for the night, right? Like go to our rooms. And we had tickets to the Snoop concert, and we see Randy Moss, who we were working with at the time, who I was always starstruck by because it's Randy Moss, and he's walking out of the lobby when we're walking in. And he's like, "Where are you guys going?" We're like, we're going to bed. And he was like, "No, you're not. You're coming to Snoop." And you like look at yourself, and you're like, Randy Moss says we're going to Snoop, so we're going to go to Snoop. So we turned around and we walked out with him. We go to the Snoop concert, and we had these like kind of backstage passes, and we're standing there with Randy. And we're watching Snoop, who's like 15 feet away doing his set. And I was like, wow, this is incredible. And he was doing one of the Dr. Dre songs. And he's like, I'm realer than real deal Holyfield. And Randy hits me on the shoulder, and he kind of points behind me. And so I look over my shoulder, and no joke, it was Evander Holyfield. And I was like, it was just Twilight Zone. But my head exploded, and I walked back to the hotel and slept for 2 days.
You know, a guy that ended up standing out in my mind so much was Eddie George.
Yeah.
You know, and I think because
he was one of my favorites.
He was just like this huge human being, for one thing, and he was so nice, and then actually so talented, not just from athletically, but I saw him on Broadway in New York. I mean,
and he is good.
He was good,
really good. I've seen him on Broadway in New York too.
Yeah, he was in Chicago.
He's huge though, and on the stage like he's too big.
Massive to everybody else, just massive.
He's clearly the biggest person on the stage.
But man, I'll tell you.
Can you imagine trying to tackle Eddie?
No.
Oh my
God. I mean, now when I see him and he golfs, I'm like, how the heck did you play running back? Like, you big. Like, just
Does he play
huge.
golf now?
Yeah, he plays golf.
Does he really?
But he's just a huge person. Like, he should have played defensive end or something else, another position.
Michael Buckland, I know this guy from Twitter. He's kind of trashy. He says, true or false, at Joel Klatt, when LSU wins this game, it will mark the 10th SEC title in 14 years. Hashtag it just means more. I believe that is the case, if not more. Isn't it more than that? I thought it was the 11th in 14. Am I missing? Ever since Florida won in 06, the only non-champions from the SEC are 2 Clemsons.
Alabama.
Well, that was SEC. Florida State and Ohio State, so 4. So yeah, So 10. This is 10. It does just mean more. It brings up actually a really good topic. If we're just going to like get into topic fillers and you want to talk about college football, I do think like if if I were to, some people have asked me, is it bad for the sport that it's so regional, right? Like the powers are clearly in the South, as LSU's just going to continue to run this up with the last 844. There's a couple of things that I think really lend itself to three things. Let's go through, if you guys don't mind, to just three things that lend itself to the South in general, retaining kind of the power structure of college football. Number one, just the structure of the leagues. Okay, we've never had a national champion that played 9 conference games.
Yep.
Okay, so the 8 conference versus 9 conference games does come into play. Now, it doesn't this year. I think LSU is a great team, but in general, that comes into play. Okay, so that's one. Those 2 conferences that play in the South, the ACC in some respect, and the SEC have 8 conference games. Then you start to look at factors that we don't look at on the field, which are the natural recruiting bases in the South are growing and getting much deeper and better than what they have been historically in places like California and Ohio.
Yeah.
Okay, so now they're still pretty good in California, Ohio, maybe some Pennsylvania and New Jersey. I'm not saying those are bad, but the real sweet spots are still now like Florida, Georgia, that SEC corridor.
Yeah.
So they're regionally closer to the recruits and most of the better recruits than other schools. Then you compound that with the recruiting rules, how they're currently written, allow players to be on campus as many times as they want, as long as they pay their own way. Well, that gives an inherent advantage to the schools that are around regionally the better players, because those players can be on those campuses more often just monetarily. So when you look at 5-star players, they can be on LSU's campus or Alabama's campus or Clemson's campus 20, 25, 30 times during the course of their high school career, and they might go to Michigan twice.
Yeah.
And so you're just going to have an advantage that way. And the NCAA banned those satellite camps, which allow you to come down and try to get exposure with kids by running a camp, not in your window, if you will, or in your backyard. And so all of those things, which could be tweaked to some degree, in particular from a rules standpoint, have been, I don't want to say like, and again, this is not their fault. I'm not saying that this is the SEC's fault or, oh, big bad SEC. I'm just saying these are the inherent advantages in the sport. If we were to open up satellite camps, if we were to open up the number of official visits that schools could bring on, I think what you would start to see is a greater dispersion of the better players around the country rather than kind of getting them in one pocket and into the South. Another thing that I think is going to help is the name, image, and likeness. Now that I'm off of that soapbox.
And then you got you up there.
There we go. Michael says on Twitter, this is the actual photo of at Joel Klatt when this game started, 4 hours long. That's actually the photo right after I carried Reggie's bag. We took photos in New Orleans, and that was my photo. So you can see why he thought, like, yeah, this guy could carry my bag. There he was. That was just months after Katrina.
Yeah.
Remember how bad the city was?
It was bad
back
man.
then?
It was very bad. Okay.
This game is over and so long.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's very long.
I mean, this is longer than the Super Bowl.
Oh, of course. I don't think that was ever a question. Lord.
Jason McIntyre, I'd love you to chime in on next year. Do we have title odds out for next year? I'll be giving my way too early top 10 for next year right after the game, which is going to happen sometime on Tuesday morning.
Well, you can start now if you'd like.
Yeah.
Do Reggie and I have to stay when you give your top 10?
I don't think so. Okay, do you have a flight?
Yeah, a flight to the bar at the hotel.
Tito's,
man.
There it is.
It's like 5 minutes away. I'd like to get there before
Jason
9:30.
McIntyre, odds next year, 2020?
200. Now, Joel, you know they're going to lose ETN, both their star receivers to the draft, so the offense will probably take a step back. But as you've said like 8 times tonight, the ACC's garbage. So Trevor Lawrence will be in the mix, plus 200. Now, the Ohio State Buckeyes, plus 350. Justin Fields is back, but they lose the running back, Dobbins, obviously. They lose a lot on the defensive side of the football, but Fields is very good. Let me give you a sleeper, Joel Klatt. Sleeper, deep sleeper. LSU plus 1,400. Everybody's going to say Burrow's gone. They're losing at least a couple receivers, Moss, Edwards, Hilaire. But I don't know if you watched this during the broadcast, but the kid, I think his last name is Derek King. He's a quarterback somewhere in the Deep South. Help me out, Joel.
Yeah, Derek King was the senior at Houston.
Yes, there you go. He has entered the transfer protocol, and there's a whirlwind of speculation on the college football message boards.
Enter the transfer?
He may be going to LSU to slide right into their system. Now,
remember when he first
keep an eye on LSU plus 1,400. Lastly, Joel Klatt, Georgia plus 700. They just landed the Wake Forest transfer Jamie Newman. Who
Yeah,
could put
but
up
Newman
a lot
doesn't
of
have an offensive line to play behind.
They won't have a line. They won't have DeAndre Swift. But, I mean, listen, it's Georgia. They got 5-star recruits coming off the bench. So I think they'll be in good shape. But any leans there other than Ohio State and Clemson?
Listen, I think it's hard not to look at Clemson. So Clemson signed 6 5-star players. They were the #1 recruiting class in the country. They're going to have 13 5-star players, 12 of which are going to be freshmen or sophomores, one of which is going to be a junior next year. So they're going to be loaded. I think Clemson would be my early bet to
Let
be
me
back
check.
in
Can I
this
toss
game
in Alabama plus 700?
Bama would be a good one.
Mac Jones or Tua's brother will be the starter.
Well, if I'm De'Ara King, that's where I'm going.
Interesting.
I'm not going to LSU. I'm going to Alabama.
Well, Joe Brady's staying. Joe Brady built this offense. Turned Joe Burrow from a 16-touchdown guy to, 61 touchdown passes or something?
Yes.
LSU seems like a good spot.
Body of work in the last couple of years. There hasn't been. Listen, if I'm a quarterback, there's a lot of places I could love to go right now. Obviously, LSU would be on that list with what they've done this year. But you would have to look at what Lincoln Riley has done with quarterbacks over the last 3 seasons, getting all 3 of those guys to the Heisman Trophy finalists. 2 of them won the award. And no one's thrown more touchdown passes as a program over the last 3 seasons since Ryan Day came to Ohio State than Ohio State. Now, I wouldn't want to go sit behind Justin Fields. So to me, that leaves Oklahoma, which would not be a great option because Spencer Rattler is a really good freshman quarterback from this year that's probably going to be the guy next year. So I'm looking at places like Georgia, I'm looking at LSU, and I'm looking at Alabama as the likely options if I'm De'Ara King or a quarterback looking for a place to play.
All right. Largely agree with you, Joel. Hey, by the way, if we want to go back to my prop bets, thanks to the Clemson offense gagging in the second half, I'm going to be losing a lot here. Trevor Lawrence needs a miracle to get to 300. He's at like 215 right now. Big X on that one. Venmo money coming at you. Travis Etienne, he got up to 81. He's now down to 78 because, LSU's defense is dominating. And this obviously is a big fat X. Clemson is not winning this game. And yes, my wife texted me. We have evidence here. She's not thrilled that we're not going to Cabo now in February because I bet a lot of money on Clemson and they didn't come through.
I mean, I guess you could drive out to Palm Springs.
Yeah, we'll
that's
do the
nice
desert.
too.
Gotta love the desert.
Yeah, it's lovely there. It's lovely there.
That's where you have a second
appreciate
home,
it,
right?
J-Mac.
Palm Springs.
J-Mac, don't feel bad. You're not the only guy getting picked on. It doesn't matter. Sent me a tweet. Nothing says party like being in favor of a dumbass rule. Who the hell would party with you?
Oh, that's cold-blooded, Mike.
Wow.
Jeez.
What?
Why don't you invite that gentleman down to South Beach for the Super Bowl parties?
That's just not
good.
nice. Huh? That's just not nice.
Really, that's like the guy a couple weeks ago that said he hoped I drove my car into a ditch.
That's not nice. That's not nice.
I can't believe they're coming after you, Mike. That's not right. It just feels wrong.
I did that. No, I didn't do that. But
that's funny.
I like that.
Wait, no, hold on. Clemson has the football back. As I see, Trevor Lawrence can get 80 yards on this drive.
He could. Hey,
we will be celebrating with that Tito's.
Don't run it. McIntyre needs you to throw.
No, I need him to throw it. Yeah. The rushing does nothing, Trevor. Nothing at all.
Let's stop it for targeting.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't that be a targeting? That's a target.
Oh, that's a helmet to helmet.
Let's stop that one too. Let's throw everybody out. It's a terrible rule. I mean, that's targeting.
Yes.
And he hit him in the face.
Yeah.
In the face.
I can't believe they stopped the clock after every first down. This is absolute. It's like
it's
watching
brutal.
paint dry.
It's brutal.
I will say, though,
Like,
they do
why
get
do
it
they stop
restarted
the
in about
clock
4 seconds
after
now.
every
but
first down?
still.
That is the dumbest.
You know,
thing
they're
I've
going to
ever
score. You remember, my final score was 42-31.
Yeah, they're going to end up scoring another touchdown. Watch.
They're going to score and go
Was
for
it
2
when
for
you
some
were-
reason.
fumble!
No, never
It's
mind.
a fumble.
You spoke too fast.
Fumble-laya.
One hand on the trophy.
One hand.
No, they got
Fowler just said they had one hand on the trophy. The trophy's literally back in Baton Rouge at this point.
Run the ball.
I think
You
that,
know what my favorite signal is in this about this time of a game like this?
Yep, wind the clock. Wind it. Oh, is it supposed to stop right now? Get it going. Get it going.
how much of an asset will Joe Burrow be to the NFL team he joins? What advice do you have for him and any player making the transition? The advice I have for Joe Burrow when he goes to Cincinnati is to just be patient. Just be
Daniela
patient.
Mayock, maybe she wants him to go to the Raiders or something. Huh?
Possibly.
Maybe.
You think that do you think that's Mike Mayock's burner account?
Get down.
But is there a reason to slide in? Like you're still, the clock's still gonna stop.
Not if he goes out of bounds.
What
Right.
I'm saying
I
is
mean, it's
there
still
like
stopped.
him sliding rather than scoring a touchdown there?
Well,
But it
it's
would-
going to stop, but they're going to remember,
gonna
like,
rewind
as soon as the down box is
Oh, they're
set,
gonna rewind it?
or
They're
as
gonna
soon
wind
as
it?
they get
Unless
up there
it's-
and spot the football, they're going to wind it
Unless
again.
it's inside of 2 minutes.
We should bring
Then
back
it
running
stays
clocks.
stopped. Yeah.
We
Yeah.
should bring running clocks back. When there's a team that's just getting whooped,
I'm getting a lot of pushback
Go ahead,
on
wave that
Twitter
white flag.
for the, hey,
we see you. Run the clock.
I'm getting a lot of pushback on my tweet that LSU is one of the best
Really?
teams of all time.
Did you say one of them?
Everyone's like, oh, that's hyperbole. I'm like, I mean, what do you want them to do?
Right. They are one of the best teams.
All right,
Hey,
Savannah, introduce yourself, even though I just,
Savannah.
okay.
An
Not
SC
just
fan.
any SC fan, a real big one. And I have to know, what is it like holding that trophy after you win this game?
What is it like holding
Holding that
the
trophy
national
after you
championship
win?
trophy? It is one of the greatest achievements that I've ever been a part of. Just because of the amount of work that it takes for a team of 75, 85, 90, however many players they allow on the team now, you know, to get all those guys on the same page, you know, all on board for the common goal, the same goal, you know, it's very tough to do. And when you do get a chance to win a championship, there's no better feeling because you've done it with your brothers, with the guys who you've put in blood, sweat, and tears for years and years, and you know you're able to kind of live out this dream together. You know, and it's just a really, you know, it's one of those moments that once you experience it, you find yourself always trying to get back to it. You know, and you know it's a truly amazing opportunity to be able to win the national championship.
I can't answer.
I won the semi-pro baseball national championship.
Did you?
Amateur semi-pro in Wichita, Kansas. 1971 with the Anchorage Glacier Pilots.
What position were you?
Center field. I could run like the wind. And putting that trophy in my hand in Wichita, Kansas, special.
Wichita, Kansas?
Wichita, Kansas.
We do have a winner. Someone actually shared the show in efforts to win the last play Joel Klatt ever played of football.
It's not the last play.
It was in a game.
On the game.
In a game, it was. Okay, it says Anthony at Crimson Gopher fourth string long snapper, diehard Gopher, and Army football fan. You bet. I'm all about it. I love it. Anthony, congratulations. Your signed picture of Drew Kelson destroying my jaw is coming at you. And good on you, buddy. Good on you.
Are you going to sign it?
I am going to sign it. Okay. But do I sign the glass? I don't sign the. Do I sign the glass?
Yeah, you got to sign the glass.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sign the glass.
See, I don't. Reggie's like, yeah, Joel, I've signed thousands of autographs.
You got to sign the glass.
You want to take any cookies home?
I'm
Reggie?
definitely. I'm about to eat one of those.
My kids would destroy that.
I'm packing up. Whatever you do, don't score. Don't score. Take a knee. Go victory.
Somebody
formation.
somewhere right now is rooting for him to score because
Yes.
of a spread that they need to win.
Well, I mean,
No,
they're
already
good
over.
because LSU's
yeah,
already
right,
covering.
right. Yeah,
they're already in the over, so there's nothing
yeah,
that
you're
this
right,
score
you're
can
right,
do.
You're right, yeah.
This is pretty cool, man. I got to tell you,
Yeah,
I love
this
watching teams win championships.
Amazing.
No better feeling. Yeah, one more. Yep. All right. That's my cue.
But there's another play.
No, there's not another play.
My man,
Taking the knees.
Reggie Bush,
appreciate
everybody.
that,
Reggie
man.
Bush, the Heisman
I
winner.
got to be up early in the morning for Undisputed.
I got an early morning flight.
Golfing in the morning, too.
There you go. There you go.
I got a little 9 holes at about noon. Let the good times roll as
Mike
they
P.
will.
Appreciate you joining us, my man.
Hey, it was fun.
My pleasure, as always.
Always fun being with you. Always. You're a credit to the game, my friend.
LSU is the national champion, folks, and we've just got a few more things. If you care to view the way too early top 10 that I've got for 2020, Mike does not care. Man, Dabo with the hug for Ed Ogeron, Trevor Lawrence. Can't win them all, buddy. Cannot win them all. Okay, I'm going to get right into it if you don't mind. At number 10, I have got the Aggies of Texas A&M. Yep, that's right. I think Texas A&M is going to have a really strong team next year, and they get the benefit of not having quite as difficult a schedule as they had this last year. Their crossover games aren't quite as bad as in the SEC. They don't have to go on the road to literally the entire top 10 like they basically had to this year. So Texas A&M, watch out for Kellen Mond. I think Jimbo Fisher and that crew could take a little bit of a jump, so we'll see there. Notre Dame is going to be at number 9. I think it's really big that Ian Book comes back, and you're going to see a common theme throughout this top 10 is that you're going to see that a lot of these teams have quarterbacks that are coming back that have good experience, that are really quality players, because again, you look at the national championship game tonight, Joe Burrow and Trevor Lawrence, they were the best 2 quarterbacks for a lot of the season, at least in the top 2 or 3 for most of the season. I've got Oregon at number 8. They don't have the incumbent quarterback, but they've got those juniors who declared earlier today that they're coming back to school. They've had a great recruiting class. Their defense is going to be really strong. And I think with Penei Sewell, the Outland Trophy winner, back on the offensive line, that they could continue to be strong up front. And I think Oregon is going to be the team to beat in the Pac-12. LSU is at 7. I think they might take just a touch of a step back. They're still a really good football team. We'll see what happens with transfers at the quarterback position. This is a team, though, that's recruited really well. They clearly have the culture. As the confetti comes down on them in the Superdome, Ed O wins a national championship. And we've been waiting. By the way, we've been waiting for that coach to break through, right? It's been the same guys year after year. It was Nick Saban, it was Urban Meyer, it was Dabo Swinney, it was Jimbo Fisher, right? Like, those were the only guys that won national championships that are in the sport. I know Les Miles, but he's at Kansas, so he kind of gets forgotten a little bit. I won't. Don't worry about it. Now Ed Ogeron breaks through. He's got a national championship, and I've got them at number 7 going into next year. I've got Penn State at number 6. Penn State brings back Sean Clifford. I think they might take a touch of a step back on defense, but this is a really good football team. Their tight end's coming back. I like what James Franklin has been building there, and I really think that Penn State could have a strong year after having a really strong season this year. OU is going to be right back in the thick of things, folks, okay? We know that their quarterback play is going to be great. Spencer Rattler is a really good player. I think they could even throw it better than they did this year, even without CeeDee Lamb. Their strength is clearly going to be on offense. Again, they're going to lose Kenneth Murray to the draft. They're going to lose Neville Gallimore to the draft. Their nose tackle, those are the best 2 defensive players that they have. They got to get better on that side of the football, but OU is going to be right there with Lincoln Riley, who's one of the best coaches in the sport. Watch out for Spencer Rattler. I think he's really good. Florida, I love Florida next year. I really do. I think Florida is going to be my favorite in the East. This is a team that has a good quality quarterback that's getting better. When you look at what they were this year, they were probably they were one of the teams that played LSU as good as anybody, along with Auburn. They're good defensively. Trask, their quarterback, he's back. I think Florida could take a little bit of a jump next year. Alabama is going to be at number 3. Alabama ain't going anywhere, folks. You see what they did in recruiting? They're going to be just fine. I think Mac Jones, you saw what he did in the bowl game. He's going to be just fine. They should be much better on defense when they get all those injured players back. I believe I'm blanking his name now. Is it Dylan Moses? He's coming back, the linebacker. I think he's declared that he's coming back. He was the one that was injured for most of the season, but he'll be back. And then my top 2 teams are going to be Ohio State at number 2 with Justin Fields back, and Clemson at number 1 with Trevor Lawrence back. I think Clemson's going to be right back in this situation. I think Ohio State could be right back in this situation. The one thing to be aware of for Ohio State, their defense is not going to be as tough and as strong as they were a year ago. Not without Chase Young or Jeff Okudah and so on and so forth. So Ohio State, they're going to sit there at number 2 behind Clemson. Clemson's got the number 1 recruiting class in the country. This is a team that's going to be right back in the thick of things. I love, obviously, Trevor Lawrence, and we're going to see Clemson most likely in that college football playoff next year in 2020. The Tiger, we split push-ups. We did it. Nicely done. What do we got? Yeah! How about that? LSU wins it. They win the national title. Folks, thank you so much for joining us here on our watch party. We tried to have fun. We tried to make you smarter. We tried to make the sport better. It was a really fun night. We appreciate you joining us. There's no doubt. Now, before we go, I would be totally remiss if I didn't give a giant thank you to all of our executives here at Fox for letting us do something like this, crazy, taking over Stage A, to have a watch party where people watch us watch the national championship game. Thank you so much for allowing us to do this. All the effort and work that the crew put in from the digital team here at Fox Sports. Honestly, I'm so thankful for everything that you do. All season long in college football, this is one of the platforms that I get to talk about the sport in a global way. It's something that I love to do, all of us love to do, and we appreciate your tireless effort and your care over the sport, our opinions, and everything that we try to do for college football here at Fox Sports. So everyone involved with the digital team, namely Kristen Scott, Michael Buckland, thank you for everything that you do. David Blatt, thank you for everything that you do. Everything that this crew does all year long, namely tonight. I'm dragging on because our guy Ben here holding the steady camera, it's getting heavy for him, and he's like, please stop talking, but I don't want to because watching him squirm is so great right now. Thanks for watching, everybody. It's been a phenomenal season. Let's get after it. 2020 coming soon. College football is the best, and it always stays undefeated. Thank you, guys.